can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
So come on guys, a little bit happy you reached the final table? Yes. Yeah. Come on, happy. Perfect, thank you guys. Good luck. Good luck.
Hello guys and welcome to the final table, the main event of the German Championship of Poker. I am your host for the day, Dan Rankin, and I'm delighted to be back here with you all. I hope you've been following the action the last day or two. We played down to a winner of €83,000 today, and our top 6 finishers will also receive €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. See the chip stacks here. Joseph as our short stack. You might remember him from day 2. I don't think he was at the feature table at all yesterday. And of course, you remember our chip leader, Wazzle, who was putting on a clinic yesterday. We have Masige, who was the fan favourite, still rocking over 20 big blinds. Raised from Space, who was in some huge pots yesterday with 25 big blinds. Ijan, 100 big blinds. And of course, you remember Giovanni, who has a little under 20 big blinds. I am delighted and excited to be here with you, bringing you all the action. And I hope you're going to enjoy this final table as much as I am. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Just getting ready for the action to start here. And here we go, guys. Play is just about to be underway. Let me know who you're rooting for in the chat. We also have a promo on today, but for a 5% discount for our streamers in the King's shop. Use the promo code !promo or promotion in the chat to get that, I think. There it is from the Nightbot. Stream 5. You're going to use the code Stream 5 to get 5% off your order at King's shop. Dress like a king. Free shipping all the way from Germany. Or to Germany, apologies. And here we go. Hand 1 is underway. Players must be so excited, but also drained from 3 long days of poker. It did finish relatively early last night when we had the redraw of 16. We had quite a few eliminations in a row. I'm so excited to see how this play is going to unfold here. It's Dijen with the pocket 7s under the gun +2, raising to 125,000. Blinds still 25,000 and 50,000 with a 50,000 ante. We see one of our short stacks here, Sebastian, with King Jack offsuit from the hijack, and he's deciding to send this one all in. That's going to get Gal out of the way, and look at this. One of our favourites from yesterday, Giovanni, has got the rockets on the button. I would expect to see a small posture from him before moving all in. Playing just under 20 big blinds. And a raise and an all in behind him. Absolutely licking his chops and loving life here with pocket aces. Pocket aces are not invincible. Now the action back on Dijen. Does he want to commit another 800k? His pocket 7s, they're not looking so pretty with an all-in and a call behind him. 2 all-ins behind him. In fact, each player now is guaranteed €8,200, but of course they will all want that first prize of €83,000 and the additional value in that World Series of Poker Europe main event Day 1A ticket. We have a fold by the pocket 7s. And the King Jack is going to need some serious help here. Just an 18% chance to win this hand. What a spot for Giovanni, the first hand of this final table. He had so many swings with his chip stack yesterday. 1.8 million in this pot. A sizable pot for the first hand of this final table. The flop is 8-3-3. Absolutely nothing there for Sebastian. Not even some backdoors. And he is down to 1%. The turn is a king, giving Sebastian some help, increasing his chances to 7%. And here's the river, it's an ace. And Sebastian has been eliminated, our first hand of the final table. Giovanni gets richer. Our 9th place finisher will take home €8,200. Not bad for a couple of days' work. What a spot for Giovanni there. Keep your comments coming in the Twitch chat. Let me know who you're rooting for. Quite a lot of you tuning in yesterday. Let's see how the numbers are. How many people are going to tune in to see this exhilarating final table today? If you are just tuning in, my name is Dan Rankin. I'll be bringing you all the action for the last couple of days of this German Championship of Poker main event. There's a 1k buy-in live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you haven't got a chance to see this resort, it's a venue that must be on your calendar for all serious poker players. Buy-ins ranging for everybody. As little as €100 all the way up to the high rollers. There's something for everyone at King's Resort. Of course, you can find out all the information about this resort and everything else got to do with King's on the King's website, kingsresort.com. If you are using the King's store to buy some merchandise, don't forget to use that promo code DREAM5 for 5% off. Now fold it around to the small blind, raised from space with Jack 9 offsuit, paying just over 1 million. And Schaffer, Queen 8 of clubs with his option in the big blind here, is raised to 150,000. And this is tough from raise from space. Even though it is only 2 more big blinds to call with his stack. Jack 9 offsuit will not play that well here. Especially giving the ICM dynamic at the final table and significant pay jumps throughout. We see some of the pay jumps. Our next player out will get €10,000. And look at the top 3. 38,000. Second place getting over €52,000. And our winner today will get €83,000. And as I keep mentioning, the additional 6 players will get a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. The action won't be stopping there, because we have a French poker festival in King's Resort starting tomorrow. The main event will be broadcast on Sunday and Monday by myself, Dan Rankin. We'll have a €300 buy-in for the main event with a $500,000 guaranteed. And our top 6 finishers in our French Poker Festival main event will also be guaranteed a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Just a crazy amount of value for a €300 buy-in. Let's get back to the action here. Gal is opened with the pocket sevens under the gun +2. And Joseph, who we've seen a lot of on Sunday, has basically committed himself with a re-raise and a 3-bet to 490,000. Jaffer here with the ace-jack offsuit in a world of hurt. His hand is not going to play that well to an open and a 3-bet. With the 3-bet committing himself as an all-in. He does just get out of dodge. And the siege will be mucking his queen deuce. We're back to Gal. We seen him play quite aggressive yesterday. And look at the size of his chip stack, 6.6 million. Playing over 130 big blinds here. He can certainly afford to call. How well does he think his pocket sevens are doing against an all-in range from the cutoff from Joseph? He is going to think this one over. And he has decided that his sevens would be good enough against the all-in range of Joseph. However, he's going to get the bad news. He needs a lot of help here with just 14% chance to win this hand. 1.5 million in the pot. And our second all-in and call and just 3 hands at this final table. And it's queen, 6, 5, 3 diamonds. No help to the pocket sevens. Quite a good flop for Joseph. The turn is a 5. And it would just be a 7 and a 7 only. It would send Joseph home. Otherwise he's going to get a much needed double up. And it is the 10. Nice hand for Joseph here. Now I have a playable stack of about 30 big blinds. Plenty of action just in our first 3 hands at this final table. Just look at that chip stack of Wazzle, 7.3 million. He is Gal on his immediate left with position on him. These two had many a clash yesterday. Interesting to see how they play against each other today. Hold it around to the button here. Jaffer with 6-8 of diamonds. The Siege held on very well yesterday and Sunday with the short stack many times. Hello to some of you in the Twitch chat who were paying a lot of attention to this main event yesterday and Sunday. I see you are loyal and back again. Great to see. Hope you've been enjoying all the coverage and commentary from myself, Dan Rankin. You can see the average stack is over 3 million still. The average stack at the final table is over 60 big blinds, which is a testament to just how great these structures are. Buckle up your seatbelts because we could be in for a long trip at this final table. We had many eliminations in rapid succession, bringing the day to a conclusion early yesterday. Jaffer from the cutoff raising to 125,000 with pocket fives. Dijen with the Space Cowboys from the small blind, playing about 100 big blinds here. Just deciding what size he wants to make his 3-bet. Hoping Wazzle or Jaffer has picked up a hand. And the 3-bet has come in at 420,000. I really like this sizing, Degen. Doesn't want to make it too much bigger. Any smaller, he's probably giving his opponents too good of a price. Of course, he wants to build a pot with his pocket kings. But how does Jaffer read this? Knowing Dijen has a huge stack. But would he be opening that light into two of the big stacks in the small blind and big blind? I don't think so. Therefore, he's just going to have to let his pocket fives go. And here we have the chip counts. Wazzle out in front with 145 big blinds. The Siege are a small stack with 22 big blinds, but not even that small. Same with Race from Space, who we've seen a lot of yesterday. We have 3 stacks in between 30 and 40 big blinds. Yes, if you're just joining us, we lost a player on the very first hand. King Jack shoving his short stack and getting called by aces. Then we've seen Joseph on hand number 3 double up with pocket 10s against pocket 7s. But you have missed very little of the action considering we have only played 5 hands. This is hand number 6, the German Championship of Poker main event. Final table, of course. Folded around to Wazzle in the small blind. This guy is certainly not shy. He would just call with 9-3 offsuit. Gal. Surprised to not see him bump it up, but does not want to be playing big pots against Wazzle, considering Gal has 6 million and Wazzle has him by 1 million or so for the chip lead. These two players combined have a significant percentage of the amount of chips that are in play. It's gone check on queen, a king, queen, jack. Turn has come a queen. Gal's going to fire something small here on the turn. I get a draw or a weaker hand to call. Wazzle does indeed call. He's looking for a 10. Unless he has other ideas. He has checked the river. Gal having none of it and checking behind. We'll take down that pot of about 300,000. Throughout my coverage of the last few days, I've found the feature tables to be quite bubbly and friendly with each other. Not holding back and speaking to one another, and the camaraderie has been good to watch. This is day 4 of the main event. This is the final table. We started 3 days ago with 516 entries. That was on Saturday. It's now Tuesday. We have only 8 remaining. Yesterday was quite explosive, as I've mentioned already. Well, some massive hands developed. That's a good question, Jerry. The biggest live event I have ever played, probably the Irish Open, with over 2 million in the prize pool. However, my biggest live score was actually in King's Resort, where we done a 5-way chop. I think I received €17,000. Wazzle raising from the button here with Jack Deuce offsuit. Giovanni, the big blind with 9-7 off. I would predominantly be an online grinder, Jerry. I have a scoop title. I was third in another scoop. That is, of course, the Spring Championship of Online Poker. I was also fortunate a few years ago to win the Sunday Storm with a total entry of 31,927 players. That was an $11 buy-in. I've been setting my sights on playing and commentating more on live poker. After such a long lockdown, I want to get out and explore more, learn more about the live scene, especially in places like the King's Resort, of one series after another. Now back to the action. Check from Giovanni. Wazzle does not want to fire the King of Spades. We will see a river. The river is a 4 of spades. Giovanni has to know that 9 high is not going to win this hand by checking. And with 445k in the middle already, weighing up his options in terms of bluffing this river. He's got the exact correct hand to do so, blocking it straight. And unblocking his opponent having some bluff hands. A lot of hands get there on this river. If we are in the big blind, it smashes our range. So I would like to see Giovanni bet, and not bet too small. Somewhere in the region of 370 to 420,000 is a nice sizing here. Especially knowing how wide Wazzle can be on the button. These players playing a lot of hands against each other yesterday. And he has opted for a really small sizing. And Wazzle is called. Wow. Wazzle is called with a pair of deuces. A non-believer here. And had he went for that larger suggested sizing of in and around 400,000, I think that would have got his opponent to fold. The smaller sizing giving Wazzle a great price. And he's just committed the chips, and wow, great call. Using a larger sizing of in and around 400,000 there would be a very difficult call for Wazzle. It's a difficult call, even with a small bet of 115,000, but getting a great price, you can afford to call. I do not believe he would call for a bet of about 3/4 pot, as he would not be getting that great of a price.
Checks with small kickouts.
Great stuff by Wazzle. He ain't afraid. The shy baby don't get any sweets, and Wazzle's certainly not shy.
Yeah, I saw it in Instagram. And the foreman was asked like, okay sir, what's the ruling? Wow. so the bottom line was, the ruling was, wow. I still don't know what the ruling was. Because there was already action.
They cancelled that. Everyone get his money back.
Yes.
They cancelled that.
Because it's
I don't know how often his pair of twos were going to be good there, but a great call. And Wazzle now can just run amok, but maybe the 5 high is not going to cut it with Gal on his immediate left.
maybe there's gonna be
Gal,
for future events that you play with jokers and
spicy open with 9-5 offsuit from the button. Boys with garbage in the blinds, and he's just going to take the blinds and antes.
Next time with the finger. Do like this.
I'm just very nervous because it is first time.
that's fine. It's first time for everybody.
It will be better next time. I promise.
Good.
With Jaffer and Massige out of the way,
Don't touch this.
Jean will follow suit, I would think. Round to the cutoff for Gal. That's this one go. Giovanni now with 6-5 offsuit on the button. And he is going to open. A raise to 120,000. And here we go. Raise from space with the Rockets this time. Want to use those Rockets to get the space. Now I would like to see him just call here. Let his opponent hang himself. Give him some rope. A 3-bet here will just look very, very strong. These stack sizes, these positions, and the magnitude of this tournament. He has just gone for the 3-bet at 425,000. We'll take this small pot down. Absolutely nothing wrong with re-raising 425,000 here. I just feel he could extract more value from his opponent by calling, seeing a flop, letting his opponent flop a piece of it, or bluff. Now, ace-6 suited for Wazzle under the gun +2. Playing a stack of 150 big blinds at the moment. Look at that sea of green. And all them white chips are 100,000 each. He is going to open 125,000 and everyone's going to fold. Jen with the ace 9 offsuit under the gun. Pocket sixes for Giovanni in the hijack. He's going to raise to 120,000. Jaffer lets the ace 5 offsuit go in the small blind. Now Massage. Quite a snug and considerate player. We've seen him navigate his way through a short stack many times over yesterday and Sunday. And he will call the additional 70,000. The flop is King, Jack, 2 hearts. Now, a bet will get the job done if Giovanni decides to continue, which I think he will. I think he must. There's not much Massage can do about this. He does let the pocket trees go. And the blinds are up. 30,000 small blind, 60,000 big blind, 60,000 ante. Now, raise from space in the cutoff with Queen 8 of clubs, playing a stack of exactly 20 big blinds since the blinds have gone up. He has raised to 120,000. With a nice suited hand on the cutoff. Eugene in the big blind with 9-3 offsuit. Yes, the blinds will continue to go up. Our players won't have 150 big blinds forever. But you have to remember, we had done a redraw yesterday with 16 players and we had 6 to 7 busts out inside of 2 hours, which was quite quick given how great the structure is. Of course, we are going to have some extra large chip stacks at the moment. But again, the average stack is still over 3 million. Still over 50 big blinds is the average. And an hour clock, I do believe. Loads and loads of play. And look at this, he's got the rockets again. The rockets from space. We've seen some incredible hands yesterday with Ace King was the hand of the day, I think. Just kept seeming to pop up and appear for players, putting them in a world of hurt. Everyone's out of the way. Wazzle in the big blind now. Does he want to call 70,000 more? See the flop with 6-7 offsuit. If I know Wazzle, I think he might. He will fire in the additional chips and we're going to see a flop. Aces against 7-6 offsuit for Wazzle. And it's King Deuce Deuce. Check over to space. And he will check behind, and I like this from space. He's probably going to fire now. Something small. 2 flush draws on board. Also some straight draws. He does bet 175,000. Wazzle's just not going to like this. He gets out of the way. And now, raised from space with pocket nines this time. His third pocket pair in one orbit. And look at this. Jaffer. His turn for a big pocket pair. Picking up the Cowboys from the hijack. Around to the big blind now. Just with 10 high. We're going the muck and it's going to be back to raise from space. What is raise from space thinking? Knowing he's been quite active in the last orbit. Is he considering an all-in? Naffer had also been playing quite snug. Quite a difficult spot for space here. With the 3-bet to 425,000, and he gets out of the way, and that is a great fold from Raise from Space. Didn't think about it for long and quickly puts it in the muck and knows that Jafford been playing quite tight also. Siege with an ace in the hijack, but the worst kicker he can have. That's going to go in the muck. Jean, Jack, 7 of hearts in the cutoff. Quite a tricky seat for Dejen, having Wazzle on his immediate left. And Gal also having position on him. Quite the 3 seats there with 5 million, 7.5 million and 6 million. Giovanni, with Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind. Nice hand to see a flop with here. With Jack, 8, 5, 2 clubs. We're looking for the payouts, guys. They are there, exclamation payout. Jean with the top pair here. It's Giovanni who's deciding to lead. This small sizing of 85,000. Now if you're Dejen, do you want to just call a raise? Does just call for the 85,000. We will see a turn. It is the 4. The 4 of spades. Quite a good card for Giovanni's overall big blind range. Completes 2 pairs straights. The Jan calling him on the flop. Well, you would think he would have a piece of it. At the very least, a flush draw or a straight draw. Giovanni blocks. Jan having a straight draw, having the straight draw himself. Does he want to bet again? He does. Jean just has more outs now with his straight draw and the top pair. I'm to Jean. I'm not going anywhere.
That's a wise sentence.
I see someone calling for a clock there. I would actually argue and say that the play has been quite fast the last 2 days. These players are playing for serious sum of cash. They've not been out of line in how much time they've been taking with their decisions. And the deuce of spades rolls off. Now, big decision for Giovanni with 1.2 million in the pot and just 1 million behind. Having missed everything. Does he want to go for this? Move all in? Or does he want to wave the white flag and check? What do you think he should do here, chat? Does Twitch stream want to see him go all in or just give up? He could go for a smaller sizing of about half the pot. Be enticing his opponent to call. Giving his opponent quite a great price, even with a hand as weak as a 5 or an 8. And he has just decided to give up. They both check. Jean will win that pot. Perhaps an all-in would have worked, but we'll never know now. I don't think Jean is the kind of player who is willing to fold top pair lightly. Especially blocking the straight with his 7 kicker. Things are heating up here. The German Championship of Poker main event final table. I'm your host, Dan Rankin. Players are playing for €83,000 first prize and a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. This was a 1K buy-in. 516 players. There's 8 players left. Every player is guaranteed €10,000 now. Quite a nice payday. Wazzle in the cutoff, just 10 high, 10-7 offsuit.
6 race, 130. Call, 130.
Gal decides to call on the button with his king queen offsuit. Giovanni with the same hand in the small blind.
8 race open.
And quite a good all in here by Giovanni. So much money out there already. With an open and a call on the button. King queen offsuit's going to play very, very well here, even if it is called. Now, the action back on Gal, 880k to call, about 15 big blinds. Do believe we will see Gal call this. With a stack of 6 million, less than 1 million to call. The queen offsuit is going to play very well. Maybe it's just a bit too much for him to call off. Very close. This is a flip a coin situation here. What do you think, Chad? Is he going to call or fold? It is 1 million total, but it's 180k more for him to call, so just under 15 big blinds. It's razor thin either way to call or fold. And he does make the call, as I predicted. They're just most likely just going to chop this one up.
Maybe 8.
Giovanni not really liking Gal's call, saying he wasn't shoving all in with King Jack. Of course, there are many other hands that King Queen plays well against other than King Jack. They will just chop this one up. I think it would have probably been better to 3-bet that one if you were Gal. If you are 3-betting Wazzle, who is the only player at the table who has you covered. 3-bet would have got Giovanni out of the way with the same hand, I think. As played, it's all in and call, and they chop it up. And 17. This main event final table. A Siege, the fan favourite from yesterday. Pocket nines. I don't think he wants to mess around here. We're just seeing all in. Gal with ace-5 of hearts. Trying to get out of the way. Giovanni out of the way. Joseph out of the way. And raise from space makes a good fold in the big blind. Knowing that MUSICBED does not mess around. Would be in a huge portion of raise from space's stack to call, and ace-10 off is just not going to cut it there. Wazzle under the gun +2 with King Queen off suit. With a raise to 140,000. Al eyeballing him like an eagle. Ace deuce offsuit from the hijack. Joseph in space out the way, and Jaffer will follow suit, and Wazzle will take the blinds. And maybe Jaffer will complete with the 10-8 offsuit, getting good price, but I don't think he will, considering it's Wazzle's open from early position, and Jaffer has been playing quite snug. Now Giovanni in the hijack playing just over 1 million with King Jack suited. King Jack of clubs.
8 raise. 130. 1 pass.
Perfect candidate for a raising hand off this stack.
3 pass.
Down to Siege with an ace-3 offsuit. And he will get out of the way. Not put in the additional 70,000 chips.
Sedmička mak. 6 pass. 8 pass.
Joseph with the 2 ladies from the hijack here with 20 big blinds.
1 raise. 120,000. 2 pass.
He will min raise to 140,000, sorry.
3 call.
Little over a min raise.
4 pass.
And Jaffer has decided to call with his deuces, and this might bring in Dijon. Jen with his ace-5 offsuit from the big blind. We will be going to see a flop 3 ways, or does he want to put in more chips? Really put the pressure back on his opponents. Jen calls the additional 80,000. Half a million chips in the middle, and we're going to see a flop 3 ways.
3 players to the pot.
And it is king, 8, deuce, 2 hearts. Jaffer flopping the world here. This could spell trouble for Joseph. That king might save him.
1 check.
And I like that check by Joseph. Controlling the size of the pot here. Paying just over 1 million. Knowing Jaffer has been tight. His range is
400 and
relatively capped. However, it's not, because he has deuces. But this is a huge bet by Jaffer. This is a huge sizing by Jaffer, and it's going to be very hard for the queens to continue. It's such a strong hand. Here, Joseph, what are you putting your opponent on? And he does. He makes a fantastic laydown here with pocket queens. The 2 ladies go into the muck, and Jaffer has just outpriced his opponent. Betting almost full pot with his set of 2s. Yeah, just too large of a bet with his set of deuces. And it's allowed the 2 ladies get out of the way.
7 pass. 8 pass.
A really quality laydown by Joseph, but his opponent showing such significant strength that he's going to find it very difficult to continue. Now, as I said at the start of when I seen the flop, that the king might save him, but actually just a huge bet that saves him in the end. We do have the option of calling once. However, with a bet of 465,000 into a pot of just over $500,000, and both opponents not playing more than 1.2 million, or at least less than 1.5 million each, such a significant portion of Josef's stack that he just decides to let it go. And if we are Joseph in that hand, we expect our opponent to flat with such a strong range. And it wraps around that king, king queen, king jack, maybe even king 10 suited. He probably figures if his opponent had 9s, 10s or jacks, he would get it all in pre-flop. Really just thinking that his king is going to be in his opponent's range more than it's not with a bet of that size. And if we call once with queens, we've less than pot behind. Very hard for us to get away from it on the turn or the river then. We've got a raise on the button here from Dijen. The king 8 offsuit. Wazzle, our chip leader in the small blind. 6-7 of diamonds. Gal, not far behind him in chips. Like, look at these three stacks. 5.3 million, 6.2 million, 7.3 million. All in a row. Dealer, small blind, big blind. We will see a flop. Jen with the king 8 offsuit. Wazzle with 7-6 of diamonds. The flop is ace, 10, 4, 2 spades. Nothing for either player, but the power of position is going to come into play here. Jen should find a continue bet here. He does decide to check it back, seeing his opponent's call from the small blind as some form of significant strength. And now will we see him do a delay continuation bet? No, decides to check back his king high and keep the pot small against the chip leader Wazzle. A check all the way to the river, and Wazzle will win that small pot of 380,000. As we move on to hand 23 of this final table. you're just joining in, yes, I am your commentator for today's action, Dan Rankin. I'll be bringing you all the action from yesterday and Sunday, and I want to see the conclusion of this magnificent main event with the winner receiving €83,000 and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And Masij ain't messing around with his pocket nines from the hijack.
6 pass, 7 pass.
Folds around to Giovanni with the King 10 offsuit. And Masij, our fan favourite from yesterday. And a lot of you rooting for him in the chat today. Takes that small pot down. Now, ace-jack offsuit for space under the gun. Playing just over 20 big blinds. We would imagine we'll see him win for a raise here.
To raise 130.
He will raise to 130,000. Just over a min raise. Thank you, Apocalypse. You've been on the rail for 3 days now. Thanks for your comment.
6 pass.
Linton Gavin is a good friend of mine, a great teacher. I'll try to do him proud as well as you guys.
7 pass.
If you're enjoying my coverage and the coverage that's being brought to you from the King's Resort, there's plenty more where that came from. We have the French Poker Championship next weekend. The main event is a €300 buy-in with a $500 million guaranteed, and once again there is 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets for grabs in that one also. The action never stops at the King's Resort. Get a flight there, guys. Save up your lunch money. If you're any serious poker player, it's a must on your calendar. The venue is just magnificent. Mind-blowing. You can find all the information about the King's Resort on the kingsresort.com website. If you're looking to buy some merchandise, we are doing a promo. Exclamation promo in the chat for a 5% discount for all our streamers in the King's Shop.
Free raise 135. 4 pass.
And Schaffer under the gun, I am not sure what he has. Raising off to 135,000 off 1.8 million.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Around to the big blind. Raised from space with ace-jack offsuit once more. This was a €1,000 buy-in, guys. Yes, every player is guaranteed at least €10,000. There's 8 remaining. One of these players will become our German champion. What does Raise from space want to do with his ace-jack offsuit here? Quite a tricky spot. I would imagine we would just see him call. Jaffer's under the gun raise, and he just lets it go. I don't know what Jaffer had, but very tight fold from space. These guys have a bit of a dynamic going for them, and they would have played a lot of hands together. And here we have an update on the chip counts. Joseph nursing his 1 million stack. Siege just over 1.1 million. Giovanni, and there are 3 players under the 20 big blinds, and you know who the 3 big stacks are at this stage. A very appropriate song. The winner will take it all. Playing in the background. A bit of background music never hurt anyone. Great to see so many of you tuning in for this final table on a Tuesday afternoon. Yes, we are 8-handed here, Sensitive Tony. So, hand 27. Hold it around to Gal with 6-3 of diamonds under the gun +2. He thought about it. Sides against it. Giovanni out of the way. And Joseph. Space bucks on the button. Yes, use the code STREAM5 to get 5% off your order at the King's shop. Dress like a king. Free shipping to Germany. Jaffer completes here with his 5-3 offsuit. The Siege with a lovely looking 9-8 of spades will check his option. The flop is Jack, 10, 5, 2 clubs. The Siege with an open ender. Jaffer with the best hand with a pair of 5s. The Siege, quite the character, counting on his fingers here. I would have liked to see it continue by MUSICBED. At the very least call a bet on the turn, but I would have preferred to just see him take a small stab at it on the flop. There's too much equity for him with an open ender on the flop to check behind there. He can check behind, and if he wishes to check behind on the flop. I would like to see him call a small bet on the turn. Folded around to the cutoff, the space with King 10 of hearts. And he will go ahead and open to 130,000. No one has anything. That will raise and take it for base. I think scarves have become more popular in the poker community for neckties. The same with shades and caps and hoodies. Anything to disclose tells and information that you're giving off to your opponents. So Dijon with Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. Decides to raise to 185,000. A fold from Wazzle. I like that he's choosing to go at least 3 times the big blind in the small blind, raising into the chip leader. We've seen some raises yesterday that were a lot smaller from small blind to big blind, and they just don't work. We give our opponents so much equity on their call. You see the chip counts here. 2 players over 100 bigs, 3 of our opponents under 20, the rest kind of in the middle. Sorry, Dijon with 87. So there, 5 of our opponents are under the 40 big blind mark, and the other 3 are running amok with 87, 104 and 126 big blinds respectively. I personally thought the person who looked the coolest in this tournament had to be Bizet, Emile Bizet, wearing the rings, the shades, the hat, the King's t-shirt, and he just really looks the part, and that boss certainly played the part. I'm disappointed to not see him at the final table, but it's not his first rodeo. After some massive results, I'm sure we will be seeing that household name again in the near future. Dijon on the button with King 10 offsuit, raising to 130,000. Gal calling with his 10-8 offsuit for an additional 70,000 in the big blind. We will see a flop. 8, 7, 4, 2 diamonds. Gal flops the best of it. Quite a scary board as it smacks the big blind's range. Dejean will take his free card. Gal would bet 150,000 here. His second pair. Dejean can't really do much here. And he will get out of the way. Gal will win another pot of 500,000. Now folded around to Jaffer, who has just decided to muck his ace-jack offsuit, which is quite surprising. I think this is just a little bit too tight, even with the 3 big stacks on his left. Wazzle on the button now with King 8 offsuit. He will indeed raise to 140,000. Gal with King 5 of clubs. He has a candidate here for a 3-bet. But it is Wazzle, the only player who has him covered at the table. Ludo Sanders asks, how long can it take for someone to go out? Sometimes it's how long is a piece of string. We had an elimination on our first hand of the final table, and we haven't had an elimination since. But we also had another all-in and call. It's just the third hand of the final table, and since then we've seen some big-ish pots but no all-in and calls. We seen that hand with the King Queen against the King Queen. But as I mentioned already yesterday, we had 6 or 7 eliminations inside of 2 hours to get us to the final table relatively quickly and conclude day 3. These players are playing for large sums of cash, so it can take quite some time. Every decision is magnified. This decision will be magnified for Giovanni with the Space Cowboys in the small blind. He will just complete, and I like this by Giovanni, disguising the strength of his hand. And Joseph has gone all in for 15 big blinds. Oh, this striking disaster for Joseph.
Guys, take your seats, please.
The players being told to take their seats.
Guys, not to be here.
Joseph jamming over the limp of Giovanni, thinking he doesn't have a strong hand and will take down the blinds and antes. Giovanni has trapped and played his hand perfectly in my opinion. Jack 4 deuce and a 7 on the turn. And a much needed double up for Giovanni. And Joseph will be our 7th place finisher, or 8th place finisher. And will take home €10,200. Good morning from America, from Cava Style. You were with us yesterday and good to hear from you again. It must be very early over there. 8 or 9 in the morning, I would imagine. And the players are going to go on a 15-minute break, or 14 minutes. But don't go anywhere because this action is heating up as we conclude and find a winner for a German Championship of Poker main event live from the King's Resort. We'll be back in a moment.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Guys, mine's 4080 and the 80 shop on your piece.
Hello and welcome back to the final table of the German Championship of Poker main event. I am your host, Dan Rankin. If you're just tuning in, we've had 2 eliminations and there are 7 players remaining. First prize will take home €83,000 and a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Delighted to be back here now for more action. If you're just joining in, we are playing down to a winner today. And you've just seen the elimination of the Kings against the King 5 offsuit. And Joseph done nothing wrong, shoving all in there. He is going to pick up the blinds and antes a large percentage of the time. The only time we are going to get called is when we are being trapped by our opponent. Giovanni needs an incredibly strong range to be limp calling all in there. With the dynamic of this final table and the pay jumps, Joseph is just incredibly unlucky to run into a hand as strong as King's, especially when he contains that King in his hand himself. So 7 players left. Around to the fan favourite Massage from under the gun +1 with King 9 of clubs. And with that last elimination, we have a €4,000 pay jump. Our next player out will receive €13,950. And there is a dynamic also here, guys. The next person out will not receive a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And the remaining 6 players will all get a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So this is quite a bubble that we are dealing with here. Not only is there nearly a 5,000 pay jump, there's more like a 15,000 pay jump, because there's that ticket involved also. So our 7th place finisher will not receive a €10,000 ticket.
Monkey see, monkey do.
And we can see from our stack size we only have 2 players now under the 20 big blinds. 16 big blinds from Space. Massage, our small stack, with 11 big blinds. Dejan, Gal and Wazzle chilling with over 5 million chips each. Wazzle out in front with nearly 8 million. And the blinds are up, of course, 40,000, 80,000, with an 80,000 ante. The average stack is nearly 3.7 million. Still, once again, our average stack is going to stay in or around 50 big blinds. Raise here from under the gun +1 from Dijon with Ace-10 offsuit. Wazzle right beside him here with the Jack-10 of hearts. And a smooth call here from Wazzle under the gun +2. The Jack-10 suited. Gal getting aggressive here. Re-raising, making the 3-bet to 715,000. Back over to Jan. Weighing up his options here with the Ace-10 off, but Gal has showed significant strength. And with Wazzle behind him, his Ace-10 off is just not looking too pretty here. He's really considering this one. Such a tricky situation with Basil behind him and Gal showing significant strength. Eugene just gets out of the way. It's going to get the Jack 10 of hearts to fold as well, and a really nice pickup from the hijack here by Gal. Very nice play. I see quite a lot of you tuning in. If you're just joining us, I am your host for today, Dan Rankin. And a walk from Jaffer over to Masij, who won't say no to a few extra chips, being our short stack. Basil under the gun with King 9 of hearts. Paying a stack of 7.5 million. Under the 100 big blind mark. You will raise to 165,000. Dejen not going to be defending with his 7 deuce offsuit. Basil will take the blinds and antes, and we'll move on to hand 37 with this final table.
Raise 165. 3 pass.
Space with the open here with King 10 of Hearts. Paying just over 1.1 million. Now, what's Dijon thinking? King 6 of clubs from the small blind here.
Five raise, 480,000. 6 pass.
And a 3-bet to 480,000 is going to put serious pressure on Space from the hijack. Just see the power of this move. It'll be very hard for Space to continue here. Maybe a little bit too much chips for Space to just shove all in here, but it would have got the job done. And like I've mentioned, this is a huge bubble for the players. So much value involved in that 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. It will be broadcast to you, of course, from King's Resort in October. Extraordinary number of events coming up from the King's Resort throughout the year. Yes, this is the 10,000 ticket bubble and a 5,000 euro pay jump between 7th and 6th place at this final table. With the big stacks like Dijon, Wazzle, and Gal can just put infinite pressure on the shorter stacks if they so wish to do so. Busting now is one of the big stacks would be an absolute disaster. We've seen some big coolers yesterday. One hand I remember in particular, Queens against Kings. And a bet of 85,000 with the 7-6 of clubs from Dijon on 5 deuce deuce. And that's going to get Gal to fold his 9-6 offsuit. And a fold from the Queen Nine of Spades from space under the gun.
3 pass.
Now, a siege with a sexy looking ace nine of clubs from the hijack. Playing just over 10 big blinds. He is going to take this opportunity to move all in. The Gen. Not much he can do here with his pocket deuces. We will get out of the way. The button gets out of the way. The small blind folds. Giovanni can't do anything with his Queen Jack offsuit. Massage take down that 200k pot. Jean with ace 4 offsuit in the hijack. And he's going to raise to 165,000.
6 pass.
Gal on the button, pocket sixes. Now we have to remember Giovanni has more chips than he had when this situation happened with the King Queen offsuit. And did he want to just 3-bet there or call again on the button? I think he's gone for the good option of just flatting on the button with pocket sixes.
2 pass. 5,000.
We will see a flop.
4 heads up.
Flop is King, Jack, 10, Rainbow. Not a good flop for either of our opponents. The Jean, not phased, is going to make a small bet of 95,000. Gal, for this small sizing, he's going to call one with his pocket sixes. The turn rolls off a king. Board has to favour the button's range of Gal, we would have to think. A lot of the hands he would flat on the button are going to contain a 10, a jack or a king from straight draws. 2 pairs, 1 pairs. Does he believe his sixes will be good at showdown? Once Eugene has checked the turn with his ace 4 offsuit, he will check back the turn with his pocket sixes. The river is a deuce. An absolute brick. How does Dejean want to fire? Try to get his opponent to fold some form of a 10. Maybe a better ace high. Or will he wave the white flag? Hot 720,000. It's just too scary of a board. Gal sniffs that bet out on the flop and wins with his 6 as a showdown. Now Masige, Queen Jack offsuit, but he's in very early position under the gun. We'll let it go. Jen lets it go over to Wazzle with ace 10 of spades. Who will surely be getting involved in the hijack. And he will raise to 165,000. Look at this. The Space Cowboys for Giovanni with 1.8 million on the button. The Cowboys have been good to him. And got a double up with them only a short while ago. Does he want to play them cautiously once more as a trap? You want to try to get all the money in pre-flop. As long as he's not folding, which he won't be, I don't care what he does. The issue with just calling on the button is we can get some scary flops and lose out on value from our opponent. The problem with 3-betting here is it's going to look very strong. 3-betting the chip leader from the button. Going all in would just be too much chips, I would think. But he does go for the all in because it looks weaker, and I don't blame him. This is hijack against button. Wazzle does have a very strong hand here, but just too much chips for him to risk, I would think. Giovanni playing a stack of 1.8 million and a large portion of Wazzle's 7.4 million. I don't really know why Jaffer is looking for a count. Just posturing, maybe. Wazzle does have a very strong hand, but he doesn't know just how strong his opponent is sitting there with the Space Cowboys. Wazzle might see this as a great chance to knock out an opponent, increase his chip stack even further. If he was wrong and to lose this hand would be a big swing for him. Big moment here for both players. I do like the pass by Wazzle. Giovanni gets that little bit richer. As we move on to hand number 42, the main event of this German Championship of Poker, live from the King's Resort. And I do believe if Giovanni had decided to go for a 3-bet to maybe 420,000, 450,000, somewhere in that region, it would look very strong to Wazzle. And that by going all in, his range will look weaker.
6 plus, 7 plus.
A nice pickup for Gio. Giovanni here in the cutoff with the snowman, the pocket eights.
How many white you have? No, the 6. You have 6 white? No, I'm just he was asking.
Giovanni, a very methodical player, wants to know how many white chips one of his opponents has, and he just decides to move it all in for 26.5 big blinds from the cutoff.
1.6, 1.7.
Jaffer having to fold his pocket sixes.
It's suited.
And if Giovanni had decided to just min raise, Jaffer would probably go all in with his sixes, and Giovanni would be in a world of hurt and a world of pain, having to call off or fold his pocket eights. And I think he would have to fold considering the dynamic and the size of this bubble. So he elects to just go all in with his pocket eights and take that move away from his opponents. Two of our players now just over 90 big blinds. Two of our short stacks with 11 big blinds each. And then three of our other stacks kind of in the middle of the pack, albeit one of them with 60 big blinds, the other two respectively 29 and 28. This is all to play for. And quite an interesting dynamic developing with the two short stacks having both the exact same stack of 11 big blinds. Remember, the next player out will not get that elusive ticket that they want. And will lose out on a €5,000 pay jump. But this is, the pressure is reaching, it's becoming more like a boiler room by the minute. Jaffer takes it down with the ace king of hearts. Now Giovanni under the gun +1 with yet another decision with ace queen offsuit. I personally think this would be too much chips to shove, having just shoved his pocket eights and 2 of the stacks at his table with just 11 big blinds. And look at this, Jaffer. Picked up the big slick, the ace king offsuit and the cutoff. Given this dynamic, I think he should just move all in, not mess around with a smaller sizing. I think flatting with a hand as strong as ace king here would be just too weak. And we don't really want the 3-bet. It's such a large portion of our stack, so I think his best move and his only move is to go all in. The ace king should shove and the ace queen will tank and think and deliberate for a moment, but with that ticket involved, oh, is he going to? And he's folded the ace king. He has just let the ace king go because of this huge money bubble. Just a bit too tight for my liking. Yes, if you're just tuning in, I can see there's a lot of you tuning in. We're nearly reaching 500 viewers. They are on a bubble. There is 7 remaining, but only 6 will get that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth €10,000. And there is a €5,000 jump in the payouts from 7th place to 6th place. So the players are dealing with a lot of pressure here regarding this €15,000 pay jump. That is why you are going to see the big stacks put a lot of pressure on the smaller stacks, and you will see some tighter play from our opponents. I think with a hand as strong as ace king though, we just put our chips in and say, if you've got me beat, you've got me beat. But with both of his players at the table with just 11 big blinds, he's made a very disciplined and tight fold in the ace king, but a lot of the time it's going to pay off for him and he will get that ticket and the pay jump. On it is important to note that even though we are playing seven-handed, the ace-queen from Giovanni raised under the gun. First to act. He did flat the pocket twos and flop a set earlier. He had tripped deuces, but there's quite a different dynamic now with this bubble. So the flow of the game has changed. Gal completes in the small blind. Giovanni with a lovely looking queen 10 of clubs in the big blind checks his option, I would think. And we will see a flop. That is a very good point from Apocalypse UK. If he was the shortest stack, he would probably go all in. But because he has a decent amount more chips, he had over 20 big blinds. And two of his opponents having almost half that amount of chips in their stack. It's understandable that he will choose to pass a hand as strong as Ace King. I would have to get my calculator out and do the mathematics to come up with the correct answer about that Ace King. But I don't know how I can factor in a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I don't want to break the calculator. And yes, this is a €1,000 buy-in, but you have to remember some people might have satellited in for as little as €50 or €100. This is huge, huge pay jumps, big sums of cash for everyone at the table. And Giovanni stuffing it all in with his jacks. We'll take it down. Now, Dijon with Ace King of Clubs, paying a stack of 5 million. And look, he's using the full 3 times the big blind sizing for his raise here, knowing the significance of this ticket and the pressure it's going to put on his opponents, changing up his raise size, which is a good adjustment in this dynamic. And Wazzle with ace king behind in the hijack. This might be a spot where I might just consider calling with the ace king, but having the chip lead at 7.2 million, such a good spot to put ultimate pressure on our opponents, anyone at the table.
725. 7 plus, 8 plus, 2 plus.
And he is going, putting that 3-bet to 725,000. Jaffer in the big blind, if we just seen him fold ace king, I think ace queen is not even going to be a consideration, especially to an open and a 3-bet. Back to Dijen. Now if I'm Dijen, I might just elect to call with my ace-6 or ace-king suited combination. Having said that, if Wazzle is just putting pressure on us, we will take down nearly 1 million chips pre-flop, uncontested. We can see that that is not the case. And he does just call, and I like this from Dijen. Yes, there are 2 stacks at this table with just about 1 million. I would think even slightly less. Those blinds and antes are going to come around fast. We have king, 9, 8, 2 diamonds. Great flop for both opponents. That is a bet of 575,000. And I like this sizing. Taking control of the hand, knowing what's at stake. Interesting to see what Dijen does here, and he's putting in a raise. Raised to 1.6 million. Now if you're Wazzle, how are you feeling about your hand? You've 3-bet pre-flop. You've just been check raised on the flop. It is a scary enough board. I would think that Dijen would just call with a lot of his draws. He does have somewhat of a capped range in this scenario. Given the action we've had all day, I don't see how this doesn't just go all in. Or at the very least, Wazzle just calls. Is he going to? He's He's looking back at his cards. I'd be shocked if his hand found the muck. And would Jen could easily have aces here also, but we block that heavily, having an ace and a king in our hand. We block aces and kings. Do we think our opponent is going to have nines or eights? Will we three bet that bit? Will we three bet to that size? It is possible. Jen could have a set of nines or a set of eights. King 9 and King 8 are off the table. And it is easy because we can see the cards, but it does seem like Jen has a hand like Ace King. But it's a lot less unlikely when we have Ace King ourselves. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack Queen of diamonds. Would he want to get all these chips in here with a draw of that magnitude, or just call? Given that we are on the bubble for a €10,000 seat. Huge moment for Wazzle. I do believe Wazzle will at least call here. Very difficult for Dejan to actually be bluffing here. But therefore, we're putting our opponent on a strong range, and we have Ace King ourselves. And he does move all in. And I don't think Dejan has put that much money in the middle and deciding to fold. Like I before mentioned, we block aces, we block kings. And I've been told my pronunciation of the player Dejan is off again. It's Dejan. Can anyone confirm this? Us Irish are not gifted with pronunciations. Thank you for confirming that. I will try. I did think it was funny to have a player that sounded like Dijon. I am just going to be silent here for a moment to see what Diane is going to do. Mazel creeping out with one eye, using his hand to cover the other side of his face, and indeed his mouth and nose. And I've just looked at the size of this pot. 10 million, 9.7 million is in there already. Oh my God. He somehow gets the same hand to fold. And that is an incredible addition to Wazel's chip stack. And Diane looks like he is steaming. Wow. I think that's got to be the hand of the tournament so far, considering the magnitude of that position for both players. The rich is going to get richer. He just wakes up with the pocket rockets after that gigantic pot. I think I would be running for vodka myself, or at very least a large beer. It all comes down to what we think. Wazel is 3-betting with pre-flop and continuing for those sizings, and then moving all in once there's been a check raise. I do think Wazel might decide to go the full enchilada with a huge draw. Or perhaps just check calling and seeing a turn, trying to get to showdown would be a better option. And I do wonder, if you were Wazel, would you just call the check raise with pocket eights or pocket nines and let our opponent go all in on the turn, or is there just too much money out there and you would just put it all in with a set once you've been check raised? I hope I have not tilted this player further by saying his name wrong for a whole day. There's even more of you tuning in. We are over 500 viewers now, which is great to see. If you are just tuning in, you are watching the final table of the German Championship of Poker main event. And I am your host, Dan Rankin, bringing you all the action. And you are tuning in at a significant time and moment because the next player out will not receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We are playing for big sums of cash here. Our winner will take home €83,000. And of course, the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Now, if you're Diane, you need to regroup and recenter yourself. Someone is going to tell him within 30 minutes that he folded the same hand as his opponent, Rozvadov. I personally think I would not want to know until the tournament was over. But curiosity will kill the cat. It is so important for him to not let this affect his decision making and hands going forward. It's easy to think that that just has to be a call with ace king, but you're sitting in that chair like you're in a pressure cooker, like a boiler room. And you're just thinking about that ticket and the €5,000 pay jump and the magnitude of this final table. It's not so easy. What happened in the ace king hand was Rozvadov 3-bet pre-flop. Diane called. The flop was king, 8, 9, 2 diamonds. Diane check raised Rozvadov, or Rozvadov thinking for a couple of minutes, moved all in. Diane thought for a couple of minutes himself before folding the same hand.
Next any blinds, 15, 100.
Rozvadov has completed with ace jack off in the small with a stack of just about 10 million. Look at that. Look at that. Repping the Irish flag there with his chip stack. And yes, I am fully aware that he is not Irish. We see a river here. Rozvadov must be jumping for joy after taking that down that hand. He doesn't know what his opponent had yet either. Somewhat of a free roll, the amount of, not a free roll, the amount of chips he took down that pot uncontested with the same hand is a huge victory for him, considering they would just chop the pot almost all the time. here we have an update of the chip stacks. Raised from Space and Siege both tied with 7 big blinds. Jaffer with 16. Giovanni 27 big blinds. Diane 28 big blinds. Still third in chips after that huge pot going the other way. Gal 74 big blinds, and our chip leader with almost 10 million is Wazzle. Live from the King's Resort for the conclusion of this main event. The action has been hot and spicy so far. Delighted to be joined with you. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. And the blinds are up. This is going to put even more pressure on. And it's the fan favourite Siege with 7 big blinds with the Rockets. Let's see if he can go to the moon here. And yes, he just has to move all in because it'll just look way too strong. Otherwise, I would think the big blind is up to 100,000 now. This will sort the men from the boys, especially the short stacks. They are really going to feel the pressure. A hijack all around to the big blind with pocket fives. Giovanni can afford this, but it is still 600 of his 2.5 million stack. Given the dynamic of this ticket, I would like to see him pass here. That raise, yes, off 7 big blinds here would just look simply too strong, considering there's a €15,000 pay jump. Giovanni should pat himself on the back. That will do. A nice fold. In a normal circumstance or situation, you could call the 7 big blinds for pocket fives, but with these pay jumps, paying for that title and that ticket, the fives must go into the muck. Now, ace king for Jaffer. And he's just decided to raise to 600,000, but that's basically committing himself, putting in nearly half his stack, and the players will know that. This could spell serious trouble for Diane, but if he is calm and collected and regrouped, he will realise how strong Jaffer has to be here with 2 players at the table with 7 big blinds. It is pretty looking and it is suited, but Jaffer's been quite patient and played his good hands very strongly, and here he is raising to 600,000, but essentially he's raising to 1.6 million because he's not folding for the other million. Just a situation that he needs to avoid. He cannot afford to be wrong here. He would become nearly our short stack with 1.3 million. And he does get away.
7 plus, 8 plus. 2 plus.
Show 4, please. My hero. Hey, bluffing one time.
And the guys are having good banter going back and forward. Even with all that pressure with this ticket and the pay jump, it still must be so exciting for the players playing for that title and that €83,000.
How much you pay? Sorry, just to know the 500. What exactly? Huh? 500. What exactly? Yeah. 195. 555.
4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. Turn around. 7 of spades up. 8 plus.
Forward around to the small blind. Raise from space, and with 5 big blinds, he might have to take a stand here, even though he only has a Queen 4 offsuit, and blinds and antes are just so important to take down. And because there's such big stacks at his table, he mightn't get a better opportunity than this. A lot of pots are going to be raised before it gets around to him. You see, he just has to go for it there and adds 200,000 to his 500k stack, which is just huge. We're seeing an open from Gal with the King 4 diamonds in the hijack. We'll just take that down. Basil just chilling with his 96 big blinds. No big deal.
7 plus. 8 plus. 2 plus.
Round to Kafer on the button here with Queen 10 of hearts. Paying 1.6 million. I'm not sure what he's meant to do there. Could just go all in with the Queen 10 of hearts, but You know what's at stake at this stage. I've mentioned it too many times. This €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Gal, 7.6 million under the gun. Does he want to open the 9-7 of hearts? He does. And I don't blame him. Raise to 250,000. So we've got to defend by Wazzle in the big blind with King 9 offsuit. I see a king in the window. It's King 9 ace. Wazzle against Gal. I would think Gal is going to bet something small here. Repping an ace or a king after raising under the gun. With his third pair, he decides to just check it back, control the size of the pot. And a check from Wazzle again. Now Gal will check again. A 5 of diamonds rolls off on the river. And I would think it's value time for Wazzle. He bets 175 and gets called. And that's a pot of 1 million. And you can see that now. Wazzle is over 10 million. Or 2 short stacks. Both rocking 7 big blinds. Or 2 big stacks. 72 and 100 bigs. Now 3 middle stacks between 16 and 28. Live from the King's Resort. You want an update on the payouts? 7th place will leave today with €13,950 and no World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. 6th place will get €18,750 and will be guaranteed a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, as well as the other 5 finishers in 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st place. This was a 1k buy-in with a $500,000 guaranteed, 500 runners, and there are 7 remaining. Just for our stream viewers, if you're looking to get 5% on your order at the King's shop to dress like a king, use the code STREAM5 for 5% discount. Free shipping to Germany. You can find out all the information about King's Resort at the kingsresort.com website. At kingsresort.com. Now back to the action. Wazzle on the button with 10 million chips with 9-7 offsuit. Wazzle raises to 225,000. Gal looks like he's reaching for chips with his king 9 offsuit from the small blind. He's picked a good hand to do it, but he's not. Has to be careful doing this against Wazzle, who has him covered significantly now. And it looks like Wazzle might be considering at least calling here. Trying to get a read on his opponent. They're putting out the calling chips and riffling them. But maybe he's just posturing and we'll let it go. Nice play by Gal there. We'll add 425,000 to his stack. Diane, with King 10 of diamonds in the hijack. It's open to 225,000. It's folding around to raise from space with ace-5 offsuit. Our short stack here of the blinds just hitting him. He will fold. Space playing 5 big blinds now. And he is into territory of being critical. Wazzle with ace-jack offsuit in the hijack. So he's just going to take down the blinds and antes. You see the orange chips are 5,000, the green 25,000, and those white chips are 100,000 a pop. Hold it around to the small blind and Jaffer with 2 10s. But Message with trash. Certainly not a calling hand here with 5 big blinds behind. And to be honest with you, I don't know what hands he can call with here. With that ticket at stake. I would imagine it's going to be a very tight range. Race from space with 4 big blinds now, Message with 5. Really in trouble, both players needing a massive double up very soon. English only in the chat, please. We ain't got no time for telephone tough boys here. There's a Twitch stream channel. Thank you, Apocalypse. You have been on the money today for me and yesterday, sir. Much appreciated. Jaffer has decided to do something quite unconventional here and just limp with his ace-10 offsuit with 15 big blinds on the button. And you can see Message is going to go with his ace-queen suited. I don't see any way he could fold. Wow. Message has just completed here. With ace queen of diamonds. With 5 big blinds from the small blind, he's just completed. It is very strange play here, but guys, the €10,000 ticket is up for grabs. And what a flop for Message. Not only has he completely, 100% absolutely under-repped his hand, he's flopped 2 pair, and his opponent has flopped top pair. And he will lead.
135. 5 pass, 3 raise all in, 4 call.
Well, it plays out the same way, because if it was going to go all in pre-flop, we'd have the same result. Message with a small blind special. And Kafer is 3% to win this hand. We'll need all the help in the world here. That's not any help. So Masiege with a huge double up and a great moment for him. And that is going to be devastating for Raise from Space, who's got about 4 big blinds now, I think. And here we have the updated chip counts. Raise from Space with 4 big blinds. K for 11 and Masiege now 12. So both players over 10 big blinds. We have 22, 29, and then the 2 big stacks. 100 big blinds for Wazzle. 10 million chips. Raise from Space going to need a double up now, or he will be our 7th place eliminator. 8 from Space with Queen 4 of Hearts from the hijack. And I personally think he could find a little better of a hand to go with than this. Oh, Jaffer with the rockets. And he ain't messing around, he's all in. He's all in, Vince. Now, 9-7 of spades, knowing that the blinds are about to hit this man, he's going to move his last 4.5 big blinds in. Oh, Wazzle might give him a spin here for 4.5 big blinds, and he does. Gal gets out of the way, and Space, who's been so patient the last day or two, finds himself all in with 9-7 of spades, and this is an absolute coin flip. 51% for the 9-7 of spades, 49% for the pocket threes. If Wazzle holds, every other player guaranteed a €10,000 World Series of Poker main event ticket. And if Raise from Space can find a hold, he will be almost even with 2 other players at the table. So this is a huge moment for Space. The flop is Jack, Queen. The turn is a 10. Any 9, any 7, any 10, any queen. And it is an 8. Forgot about an 8. I couldn't get the outs out of my mouth quick enough and didn't realise he'd hit it straight. And that is huge for space. That changes the dynamic completely here. We've got 13 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 11 big blinds, all fighting for that €10,000 main event ticket. You gotta love watching these battles. Picks up the walking sticks the next hand. Personally, I think his 7s were a bit too strong not to shove all in there. But the dude must be excited. He's just doubled up with the hand previous. And that can play in a player's head. Means we get more bubble. Fun is ripe. Apocalypse. Diane, 225k with his ace jack of clubs. What a big moment there for the other 6 players at the table. Players having a great camaraderie with each other the last few days, but I don't think anyone at the table was rooting for the 9-7 of spades. And Diane has checked back with his ace jack of clubs, earning a club nut flush draw on king 6-3-6. Giovanni checking it over to him once more. Does Diane? No, he wants to check back, keep the pot small. Also has the best hand a lot of the time.
I guess you were rooting for me, right? You were hoping for the 8 on the river.
I was thinking like
Giovanni going for 350k's worth of value and getting paid quickly by Diane with the ace jack clubs. Well played hand by both players. The ace jack just being too strong to not call the river for one bet after checking behind on the flop and checking his option on the turn also. Giovanni checking both streets over to his opponent, looking for a small bit of value with his king. Now ace 3 of spades on the button. for Gal. Giovanni with the 2 jacks. I think he might just only have one move here to move all in. And he quickly does. That's going to be way too much for Gal to even to consider calling. Giovanni picks up the pot. Jack's just going to be far too strong there. Open against small blind. Now Diane having a brutal few levels after that ace-king hand. It's ace-9 of spades here under the gun +1. Such a difficult seat for him with the 2 huge stacks having position on him. But he is going to get jiggy with it and will min raise. We'll make it 230,000. Guy gets out of the way, the button gets out of the way. Small blind gets out of the way. And Jaffer with absolute garbage with the 3 deuce offsuit in the big blind. Hand number 70, the German Championship of Poker main event final table. 7 remaining. And look at this, the rocket from space, first base. And he's only got 860k. Wazzle is most likely going to raise call here. Just having to put in about 6 big blinds more, unless he decides he wants to keep this dynamic going. Being the overwhelming chip leader, he might wish to do so, but we're about to find out. And look at this. Jaffer goes all in as well with jacks. 2 black jacks. Receives folds quickly. Wazzle out the way. And this could be it, guys. Or sorry, it won't be it because Jaffer has space covered. But it is close. Aces of space. Jaffer with the 2 blackjacks. $2.1 million in this pot. The flop is Queen 7-4. No help to Jaffer. Turn is a 3. Jack and a jack only for space with, and he has. He now is a little over 2.1 million. And Jaffer will be on the button, but he will be left with about 3 big blinds. Just a horrible setup for Jaffer. There's nothing he can do. Giovanni now in the hijack paying 3.3 million with the ace-8 offsuit. And Besiege with the Space Cowboys. Less than 10 big blinds. Only 1 move. Giovanni concedes. Besiege needs a super strong hand to be going all in with there, considering Jaffer playing just about 3 big blinds. Should Jaffer have folded his pocket jacks with a raise and a re-raise all in, I'll have to put that one into my ICM calculator. Although the calculator broke when I tried to calculate what would happen. You were playing for a $10,000 World Series of Poker main event ticket. I'll have to wait till I have the calculator fixed. However, I think jacks might be a bit too strong to fold in that position, considering space is shoving such a small stack and Wazzle is opening so light. And now Jaffer is going to need some serious help here. Ace-4 against Ace-King of Diane. He is going to need a 4, some straight cards. Otherwise, every other player at this table is going to get a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And it's Queen 10-7, not a good flop for Jaffer. The turn is an 8, which is even worse, giving Diane the flush draw. And it is the flush for Diane. And every other player will secure that ticket. Jaffer is going to be sick. That is a nice payday for Jaffer, albeit he will be very sad he has missed out on that €10,000 ticket. We are down to 6 players now, guys. 14 big blinds for Massage. Race from Space with 21 blinds are only 2 players with 20 big blinds or less. The dynamic will have changed considerably now. You're all guaranteed. Look at the smiles on their face. It's great to see. They've been patient. They've played hard all day. And a nice perk to the job and a bonus there, securing that ticket. So much value in that tournament. I've just been corrected about another pronunciation. That Massage is pronounced Matze. I will try. He's Massage for me today, yesterday and Sunday. A fan favourite. Matzi. So I will try call him Matzi from now on. Thank you for letting me know that in the chat. Surely you're getting a kick and a giggle out of me pronouncing these names wrong. Part of being Irish, I think. Diane and Matzi. Not Dijen and Massage. Yes, being Irish is a gift and a curse. More of a gift and a curse for me. And from my perspective, we should see the players loosen up since that bubble is being burst. But at the same time, the pay jumps are just going to get huge from now. Our 6th place finisher will get €18,750 and that ticket. Our 5th place finisher will get €24,400 in that ticket. And you can see from there, it's just over €30,000 for 4th and €83,000 for 1st. Back to this action. We've had a check from Wazzle on the turn. Gal, with his pair of 7s, is betting 450,000. Matzi, lets it go. Diane, lets it go. And Wazzle, lets it go. So 1.4 million pot over to Gal. My favourite name to pronounce at the table is being raised from space. Got a giggle out of that one. And Matzi lets it go. Dan, will I just call him Jakovlech? No, I can't do that. Sorry, guys. I don't want to have to start calling the players by the numbers, number 5, number 7, number 9. And it's Giovanni, number 9, with the Space Cowboys. He's posturing. I'm going to give this a thought for a moment. Very methodical player, Giovanni. He's been great at navigating himself from a short stack to a middling stack. Seen him with a lot of chips yesterday and was very unfortunate in a couple of hands. He's going to 3-bet to 690,000. And I like this sizing from Giovanni. Now back to player number 5. Diane. Jaco. Now Matzi. King Jack of Spades with 1.2 million under the gun. A great candidate to go all in with, considering he has secured himself that ticket. Jacko out the way. Wazzle out the way. Gal won't be doing anything with his Jack 7 offsuit. The rest of the cards go into the muck. These will take the blinds and antes. I quite like calling him Jacko now. To tell you guys the truth. Quite a lot of you tuning in as we get closer to the evening, this Tuesday evening. Over 500 viewers now. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Chat's been fun. It's been great bringing you the action as we're at the business end. With just 6 remaining in this German Championship of Poker main event. Gal raising to 250,000 from the cutoff. And Matzi. Andraskuk. Giovanni. Two red sixes. Playing about 33 big blinds in the cutoff here. He would raise to 220,000. Jaco going to let this go with the 7 deuce off.
I got a good end both times. Before went through better, right now you missing the replay. See you guys all doing the WSOP Europe. Yes, for sure. Congratulations. Sure. It's crazy. Nobody said congrats except for you. Like, what's happening? Like, those big stars, they're taking this as a granted. So for me, this is like one goal. Yes, this is the top 6, you know? Sure. From you, it wasn't the same. So
Now space from the cutoff after Gal has raised to 225,000. And just under 20 big blinds. I would assume we're going to see an all in from raise from space.
After the 15 minutes break, guys.
Okay, well, you've heard it first. There's a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere. How could you? We will be back for more action after this short break, live from the King's Resort, as we conclude today's German Championship of Poker main event final table.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the King's Resort for the main event of the German Championship of Poker. I am your host, Dan Rankin. It's great to be here with you, great to be back with you. I hope you're enjoying all the action so far. I know I am. Things have been really heating up now since we are down to 6 and all players are guaranteed that 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I see you were having a poll about what to call some of the players in the Twitch stream chat. Bob was a choice. Been quite popular. We'll save Bob for a player's name that we can't even get any of the pronunciation correct in any way, shape or form. You're telling me to call Masij became Matzi. We're going to call him Matty. He's called Matty now, and that's it. Matty and Yako. Raise from space. 8-7 of clubs. 250,000 in the hijack. Off about 2.6 million, so just over 20 big blinds, 23 big blinds. This could be a contender for Yako to just move all in here, knowing that he's secured that seat. He does elect to flat. And now we have Gal with pocket nines in the big blind. Surely this would just be a slam dunk shove. Perhaps he is going to go for a larger sizing, but it will achieve the same thing because he is committing himself. Now back to Jacko. Such a strong hand, King, Queen of clubs, but for your tournament life, 850,000 to call, leave himself with about 1.2 million. He is effectively making a decision for all his chips. That is the power of the big stack here. Being able to make these moves. Granted, he has a hand as strong as pocket nines. Darko's had a lot of hard decisions today, and you could see earlier how frustrated he was. He seems to have regrouped nicely. And he does give it up, and it is a good lay down. Such a strong hand in King Queen suited. Had he more chips, he would surely just be calling. Under the gun. Ace Queen offsuit from raise from space. The average stack now over 4.2 million. And a raise to 250,000 from under the gun. Get your predictions out in chat and who you think will win. Just 6 players remaining. The decision on Matty here in the hijack. I think with just 1.2 million. It does fold. Basil, look at this with the same hand suited. Ace Jack of Hearts and on the button. It just calls on the button, and it is a really nice suited playable hand. And just because all 6 players have secured that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket does not mean there's not huge pay jumps and that title all to play for. We're going to see a flop 3 ways here. Giovanni with King Queen offsuit, raise from space with Ace Queen offsuit, and Wazzle with Ace Jack of Hearts. And the flop is King 10 6 2 diamonds. Giovanni with the best of it here. Space and Wazzle both with a straight draw. It's a backdoor opportunity. A check from Giovanni. A bet 455,000 from the Ace Queen offsuit on the King 10 6 2 diamonds. Already 1.4 million in this pot. And a very disciplined laydown here from Wazzle. Maybe a little bit tight. I would like to see a turn card by Wazzle with that Ace Jack of Hearts. Giovanni obviously going to call. He could have raised, but he doesn't want to get rid of his opponent just yet. The turn is a 10 of clubs. You expect this hand to go check, check now. Unless Space has different ideas. But it is quite a bad turn card. Based on Giovanni's continuing range, it's going to contain 10 quite a considerable percentage of the time. But he's reaching. $650,000. Want to try get his opponent to fold something like a 6 or some diamonds. Surely doesn't think he would get him off a king here for one bet. And if I'm Giovanni, this does look quite strong from our opponent. Giovanni most likely just going to call again. Really eyeballing his opponent like an eagle here. Difficult to just fold top pair here on this turn. This is one of the longer tanks we've seen at this final table. Wow. That is a big moment for Raids from Space, who been short stack for so long, yesterday and today. He is probably thinking that his opponent would check back a hand like Ace Queen, and he blocks Ace Queen, holding the King Queen himself. And in that respect, his opponent is weighted more towards having a hand like Ace 10, Jack 10, Queen 10. But I don't think we can just fold our hand on the turn after after calling with top pair on the flop. Her hand is just a bit too strong in this spot. You also might think that the German might just check back some diamonds or some straight draws with the 10 pairing on the turn. It's Wazzle in the cutoff, raising to 250,000 off a stack of 7.9 million. I do believe Giovanni had the king of diamonds also in that hand, which makes it more unlikely that our opponent has one of those flush draws as we block it heavily. If I was to make a prediction who I think will win, it's hard to bet against Wazzle after being so dominant today and yesterday. Having such a large chip stack. The 8s are going to fold and Wazzle will win this spot. Puts them back up to 8.6 million. And as the commentator and host, I am always here to help. Fire away with your questions within reason. Sometimes you mightn't like the answer you get. Wazzle in the hijack, raising with 10-9 of clubs. Such a nice hand, 10-9 suited. And then we've got Matty in the big blind with Jack 8 of diamonds. Does Matty want to complete here? Really fits as a great candidate to defend his big blind. And the flop is ace, 7, deuce. Matty checks it over. I would be surprised if Wazzle didn't bet here. And who are you guys predicting to win this German Championship of Poker main event? Just 6 players remaining. My prediction was Emile Bisset after watching him play on Sunday and yesterday. Unfortunately, we did not see him make this final table. Wazzle with King, Queen of clubs. Gonna raise it up to 240,000. Matty in the small blind with ace-8 off, lets it go. Jacko won't be defending his 9-6 offsuit. Down to just 1.7 million now. Things really haven't gone his way. He did have that massive hand with ace king earlier. Raise from space into cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. He's going to raise it up to 250,000. Interesting to see this poll that you're suggesting on the Twitch stream chat. I know a lot of you want to see Maddie win from yesterday and the day before. The German race from space is really climbing up the ranks. And has played very well. Giovanni has had a tough few levels. It's hard to bet against the chip leader Wazel at this stage. Jacko lets the king deuce off go on the button.
30 minutes, I said. And it's not even 30 minutes. 20 should be fine, or 25, because the hand was pretty long. So.
It's Wazel in the small blind. Just wants to complete. And let's not forget about Gal.
So then I have even a bigger advantage. That's nice, because you cannot bust the stream.
These two opponents have been very similarly matched all day. Really carefully maneuvering around each other. Wazel, after flopping a set, wins the absolute minimum. That's such is life when your opponent doesn't have much.
Toss means it's over.
Comes around to Gallon, the small blind with 10-8 offsuit. He's just going to complete. Giovanni. Most likely he's going to just check his option here. But he's not. He's deciding to bump this one up. I like this by Giovanni. Raising to 400,000. Getting eyeballed by Gal.
Surprise, surprise, the king is back.
And someone has bought 3 extra large dark or blue t-shirts on the King's shop and website. King's shop on the website, sorry. Oh. Showing off the merch here. And if you are buying something as a streamer, do not forget to use that promo code STREAM5. Gal's intuition there was telling him that his opponent didn't have much, but with 10-8 offsuit, he can't do much about it. Especially when Gio makes a sizing of nearly 4x with over 3.5. We have over 500 of you now tuned in to see the conclusion of this German Championship of Poker main event. I'm your host, Dan Rankin. If you've just tuned in, as we play down to a winner tonight, there's 6 players remaining. The 1k buy-in, 83,000 will be taken home by our winner tonight, along with a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We've got 8-4 from Giovanni. Race from space with 5-3 offsuit. It was built to stack to nearly 3.5 million now, playing almost 30 big blinds, which is really great stuff considering he had 4 big blinds when there were 7 remaining. You need to get those double ups and some luck in this game. Navigating your way through these stack sizes is a skill. Giovanni is just going to bet small and take it on the King, Queen, 8, 2 diamond flop. Giovanni has just moved in from the button all in, and look at this. Matty picked up the Space Cowboys. Granted, he only has a couple of big blinds. This is a huge moment for Matty. Good luck, Matchy. Oh, 10-10 deuce. And he's calling for a Barry. That will do.
He's playing really well.
Giovanni with the straight, but no good. The Space Cowboys turning. Full house.
Ero risalito con le operazioni 10-2, 8-4. No, chiaramente poi sudavamo a perdere, no? 10-2 hanno vinto, per poi abbiamo perso.
Yes, stream viewers, use the code STREAM5 to get 5% off your order at King's Shop. You can dress like a king. Free shipping to Germany. Now, let's see. Matty probably just wants to go with his ace jack off here. But instead he's just going to limp. And if I'm Jacko, I'm probably moving all in. Wow. Wow. I like the way Matty is playing his hand. He's limped with the intention of going with his hand if his opponent jammed all in. Instead, his opponent is raised. Matty's gone over the top, and now Jacko is just in a world of hurt so many times today. Does he want to call it off with the King 10 of diamonds, or fold and have 10 big blinds? Such a dirty spot for Jacko after putting in 400,000 of his chips with such a short stack already. He's gotta somehow let it go. Matty doesn't mess around with cards, so he knows he's going to have a decent hand. And now Jacko is our short stack with under 10 big blinds. Such a rocky day for that man. What a feel for him. King Queen offsuit here for Gal. Getting a stack of 8 million. Good fold from the cutoff for King 9. Suited. for space. But this might be it for Jacko. He's got pocket sevens, he's in the small blind. Aggressive player has opened 250,000 and he's only got 1.2 million start to hand. And he has moved all in. Now it's back on Gal with 910k to call. Getting this price with this hand. Tough to pass here. And it is very close, but King Queen offsuit just plays so well against a 10 big blind shove here. And he does make the call for 910k more. We have a pot of 2.6 million. Jacko is all in against Gal. It is the King Queen offsuit against the pocket sevens. The pocket sevens are at risk, albeit they are ahead. And the flop is ace, 10, deuce, giving additional outs to the King Queen. The turn is a 3, a great card for the pocket sevens. Can Jacko get a double up here? He's back in contention with 2.6 million. He can! Finally, a smile from Jacko. And a bit of a hit. The King Queen offsuit stack. But necessary one. Giovanni raised to 250,000. It's Matty here in the cutoff, 2.2 million. With a fold is King 4 off. Jacko now. A lot of love going out for Jacko in the chat. And defend from Gal with King 5 offsuit in the big blind. This flop majorly favours his big blind range. 3, 6, 4, rainbow. Gal with the open ender. Giovanni just with ace high. Gal still with 6.4 million after taking that 1.2 million hit. The necessary hit indeed.
We are supposed to go all in a lot of time in this spot. When you have ace jack and I open it's like 50-60% all in. 70, I don't know.
A bet of 350k from Gal.
One should, because one is playing against humans and robots. Much more fun. It's so crazy. But still, I also like it. We have enough to
And a call from Giovanni.
time to come back.
And the deuce hits the river. Changing nothing really. Five still makes the straight. And Gal is led out for 1 million. Just think this bet is just far too big to get called by anything. After his opponent checked back the flop. But maybe. It looks quite bluffy to Giovanni. With the sizing of 1 million. There was already 1.4 million in the pot, so it's not that big of a sizing in retrospect. Al eyeing up his opponent and Giovanni talking to him, or talking to himself. Maybe a bit of both. And oh my god, he hero calls. He's going to get the bad news. That's a big hit to Giovanni's stack. Giovanni now, you can see, left with 6 big blinds. Matty with 17, the rest over 20, and our top two, Gal and Wazzles, playing 70 and 75 big blinds. It was Jacko here with King Queen offsuit. Basil with the same hand on the button, cut off against button. Crazy. Giovanni actually so far ahead with his trees here. Both players blocking each other's hand with the King Queen offsuits. But trees just not that good of a hand to get all in this situation. However, there's so much money in the middle already. He might just take a stand with his 4 big blinds. And he has decided to call an additional 130,000, leaving himself with 355,000 behind. It's ace, king, deuce, 2 hearts. At least Giovanni saved himself 355,000 by not moving all in pre-flop, as he would have got called by both opponents, I imagine. The river is the 5 of hearts. A check from Jacko. Wazzle with the bet of 600k. Lets it go. Jacko. Wazzle will take down that 2 million chip pot. Giovanni now with 2 big blinds, but it's actually 3. Jacko with 16. Matty with 17. Raised from space with 27, and then 69 for Gal and 83 for Wazzle. 6 remaining here in the German Championship of Poker main event, live from the King's Resort. Giovanni completed with 3-3 on the big blind, with about 4.5 to 5 big blinds total. Matty all in with the ace king of clubs for nearly 20 big blinds. I don't like this move by Matty. There are significant pay jumps, but with ace king suited, we want to entice action from behind. We will take down the blinds and antes loads with this ace king, but maybe it's good actually with our opponent being so short. Three blinds, but the absolute top of your range with ace king suited, I would like to see some more action. But I am Action Dan. Action Dan Rankin, trying to bring you as much up-to-date action as I can.
It's fun. Like I think it's a very fun table. It's a part of a lion.
And it is easy to say what we should do with certain hands with 6 left. But the next pay jump is over €5,000. We are going to see an all-in from Giovanni here with ace jack of diamonds.
Three something. Okay, 300. 295.
We could get 1 or 2 players calling here trying to knock out an opponent. Perhaps raise from space is going to give Giovanni some protection here, albeit we can't see what the big blind has. Matty ain't getting involved with his 9-3 of diamonds. Oh, here we go. Giovanni at risk with ace jack of diamonds. Running on fumes. Raise from space with king 7 offsuit. The ace jack does not hold here. Giovanni will be our 6th place finisher. And a 7 in the window. And a jack also. Jack, 8, 7, 2 spades is our flop. Raise from space needs a king or a 7. Oh, and the turn is a king. It's now Giovanni who needs an ace or a jack, or he will be our 6th place finisher. Giovanni had a great game all day. Some questionable decisions, but played well overall. He will become our 6th place finisher. Good game, Giovanni, and a nice payout. And of course, that €10,000 ticket. Every one of our 5 players remaining are guaranteed €24,400. The average stack is now over 5 million, with the big blind at 120,000. We have 542 of you tuning in to watch the conclusion of this main event final table of the German Championship. That is important to note, that officially no deals are allowed on the TV table in Kings. There's a limp on the button from space. 9-8 of clubs. The flop is Jack. 5, 5. Check from both opponents, and the turn brings the 9 of hearts. Space surely going to bet something now. 200,000, I believe. Take down that small pot and we move on to hand number 96.
What do you had, Stefan? Show?
5 players remaining.
I never show. Maybe I show quads or royal or something.
Why do you have to show?
But not at the final table.
Especially in the final table.
Some players just don't like showing hands.
Can't I show?
Other players like Emil Bise is showing every ace he got the opportunity to show. Is making for some entertaining footage at the table.
Sometimes, but I don't like it. Close enough.
7 raise to 60.
The average stack is at about 42 big blinds currently. Jacko in the small blind with Jack 10 off suit. Not much he can do from an under the gun raise with 9-6 of spades from Gal. And Wazzle, who has been quiet for an orbit or two, has big slick in the big blind. And he is just going to call to disguise the strength of his hand. Also, with similar stacks of Gal and Wazzle, you do not want to be getting into a humongous pot with 5 left here. 1 or 2 short stacks. You did give him quite the look there.
7 bet 300,000.
Get your fingers out of my soup, he says. This is my pot.
6 go.
The ace king going to stick around for 1 bet on a 5-5 deuce.
6 check.
And the 9 for Gal on the turn.
Bet 650.
Gal with a bet of 650,000. And I wouldn't be surprised if Wazzle decides to call again. Maybe there are plenty of other better spots for him at this table. And he does make a call on the turn. This pot now 2.6 million. The river, the Tree of Hearts. And a bit of speech between the players here. A nice scoop to overtake the chip lead with almost 10 million for Gal now. The blinds 80k, 160k with 160k ante. Ten big blinds for Jacko, 13 for Matzi. Race from space with 24 bigs and the two big stacks, 54 and 61 big blinds.
Just a little. Thank you for an easy decision.
Two ladies here for Jacko with just over 10 big blinds. It might look a bit too strong to do anything other than just go all in, but surely there are some hands he would just decide to raise fold with.
360,000.
And I like it. But look at this from Gal. Big slickens for Gal. With the ace king off suit and the big blind. This is just going to be action. Called by Action Dan here. Gal are going to posture this one, but surely all the money is going in the middle and it's just going to be a call. We are off to the races. Someone might have folded an ace or a king because the queens are in front 59%, 41% for the big slick. We are going to be down to 4 if an ace or a king pops off.
This time it will come.
And a king in the window. It's king, 6, deuce, 2 spades. Jacko's going to have to say where the lady and call for that one of 2 remaining queens that are in the deck, and the turn is an ace. He is down to 2 ladies in the deck and save him, and it is not. It's an 8 of hearts and it's all over.
Amen.
For Jacko, being an exciting player to watch. Some interesting hands with this fella over the last day or two. He will take home a nice payout. He will be disappointed. 24,400 euro locked up.
You opened IG.
There's one problem. I saw the trophy. It's already engraved. My name is already engraved. So it's very common. Very common.
We are down to 4 players now. The action is ticking and quick and fast. Matty with 13 big blinds, our clear short stack, race from space with 24 blinds. 53 for Wazzle, and Gal out in front with 12 million. 72 big blinds. Here, live, the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
raise 325.
Rozvadov has raised to 325k from the button here with ace 10 off suit. And the two blinds just let it go. Gal on the button, pocket nines. Yes, each one of our 4 players remaining is guaranteed a minimum of €30,000. And of course, the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. This could be an all-in call situation also. Only 4 players remaining. Base has been quiet. Ace Jack off is a really, really strong hand, four-handed. And he does go all in. Gal won't be folding pocket nines. I wouldn't think. And Matty out of the way, folds a jack, so raise from space, missing one of his jacks. If he had a lesser pair, maybe he could pass, but I think nines is just too strong. He could just be so easily dominating our opponent here.
3.1.
The momentum is so huge in this game, and all the momentum is being in Gal's favour. So I would be surprised to see him let this hand go. He lets it go.
If you got the choke, huh? If you got the choke, don't let me with the
He was probably thinking he has 12 million chips and doesn't need to risk over 3 million of his stack here. We now have a raise from Gal with ace-5 suited under the gun, which is now the cut-off as we are playing four-handed. Gal maintains just over 11 million chips, where he might have just lost 3 million of that had he called with his nines. However, he just as easily could have been up to nearly 15 million, and we would be playing three-handed. Did figure he was flipping. Didn't want to have a flip. These pay jumps are absolutely huge. Gal and Wazel surely have this title in their sights, as well as the other two opponents. I bet at 450,000 by Gal on this turn. Wazel with his pair of fours gets out the way. There you see it. 73 big blinds for Gal, 52 for Wazel, 26 from space, and Matty with 10. Matty moves all in with his pocket sixes, and look at this. What a time to pick up two ladies in the taxi from the small blind for Wazel. This could spell serious trouble for the fan favourite. Matty has done so well to navigate himself down to fourth position here. But is this going to be curtains? He needs serious help. He needs a big six. Big six for Matty, or he is going to be dust and become our fourth place finisher. It's King, 10, 5, 2 diamonds. No help for Matty. The turn is a 9. Just a 6 and a 6 only. And it is not. Well played from Matty. He really was down and out a few times and found a way to survive, and that relentless grit is sometimes what gets you these extra big payouts. Survived many and all in. Got many a pay jump, and I hope he's very happy and pleased with his play, albeit he's going to be a bit disappointed. And boom, bang, bing, just like that, we are three-handed, guys. Wazel and Gal playing 11 million each. Face it very much at the rear with 4.3.
Can we have a 5-minute break? Like all of us want a break for 5 minutes. So he can smoke, I need to pee, quite intense. All of us stand up. Yeah, but if we all stand up.
The players are looking for a 5-minute break. Go for a smoke and a pee. All three players now guaranteed a minimum payout of €38,000. What's the Twitch chat stream saying now about who's going to win? Who's the fan favourite now that the fan favourite has been eliminated? I have said Wazzle from the start of today. With over 100 hands now at this main event final table. All the momentum seems to be with Gal. He is going to be the player to beat. At least for the moment. This Gal with King 4 in the small blind. Raised from space with Queen Jack off suit in the big.
You saw my debut? I took the card with my hand up. That's why I asked.
Carl scoops this one with just the King 4 off.
Not during the hand, but after the hand.
Maybe would have liked to see a turn
I wouldn't say any,
with the Queen Jack off suit. With a lot of backdoors working for us. You can see the average stack now is 8.6 million. Over 50 big blinds. So seatbelts and airbags. There's a lot more play before the end of the day. The flop is 8-6-6. Basil with the best of it here in the big blind. Gal with the pocket fours. Basil with 9-6 off. Suit. The turn card is a 5 of clubs. Basil checking it over to his opponent. Gal with a straight draw now. Will check his option. Quadzilla in the house for Wazzle. Just depends what he thinks about Gal's range here. How much he could get paid. He's going for a bet of 1.5 million. Difficult spot here for the pocket fours. Does he want to put on his cape? Wazzle certainly capable of bluffing on this river. Just on this board in general. What a big moment for both players. 3.3 million in the pot. Gal's body language would indicate that he is strongly consider calling over folding. Basil with a stoic pose that he's used many times throughout the day. And a nice lay down by Gal. It seemed like he changed his mind. I was sure he was going to call the way he was moving around and playing with his chips, but seemed to have reversed the decision in his mind and makes a good lay down. Two boys are going to be nearly dead even in chips, I think. Very close anyway. Always good to have Quadzilla in your arsenal. Very hard to get paid when you've got quads. With space with King Jack offsuit on 9-7 deuce, two clubs. Gal has flopped the best of it here. This guy sure does know how to flop. That is correct. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gal raise here, but with the backdoor diamonds, he probably just wants to call. And if his opponent is bluffing, and he does hit the king on the turn. This is a terrible card for Gal. A brilliant card for space. Not only has he now hit top pair, he also has a jack high flush draw to go with it. He is going to piece a bet together of 850,000. Gal looking away from the table there. Looking very unsure of what he wants to do. If Space was bluffing, this is a card you would expect him to continue on. The King. And that is a great, I would even go as far as say incredible laydown from Gal. Just not expecting his opponent to bluff there. I expected Gal to call again on the turn, having called with top pair on the flop. That would lead me to believe he's got some form of a live tell. Whatever that may be. Gal has been on the ball with most of his decision making all day. It's Wazzle with ace-9 offsuit from the button, and Space with king-9 suited in the big blind, on a flop of jack, 8, 7. Space checks it over to his opponent. Wazzle could better check. Decides to go for the aggressive option. Not a great board for Space, but with the backdoors and an inside straight draw, I might have called one small bet. Problem is, Wazzle, being a very aggressive player, is going to put you to the test on a lot of turns and rivers, in a lot of spots. Playing against players like Wazzle or Gal, you need to be committed to call multiple streets. Not just calling on flops to fold turns and rivers, because that's not going to do it against these kind of opponents. A raise from the button from Gal, ace deuce of diamonds, and raise from Space going to get out of the way with queen jack offsuit, and I don't think there's much Wazzle can do with an 8 deuce off. As War Garble goes into the muck and we move on to the next hand. The raise from the button with king queen offsuit from space. Gal in the big blind with 6-5 offsuit. Does he want to complete? He does, and the flop comes king 8-8. Giving space by far the best of it. Gal just with 6 high. A check by both opponents, and I like this check by raise from space. Maybe get our opponent to bet on some turns. Control the size of the pot and disguise the strength of our hand. And he has got Gal to bite. It is good shot, straight draw. And he does call, and the river comes a jack of spades. Not a great card for Gal. Does he want to give up? Or has he got another bullet in the chamber? And it looks like he's reaching. Very, very quick call. And a nice pop for raise from space. Razzle on the button with ace-9 of diamonds. Paying a stack of 12 million. And the 7 deuce offsuit. Want to go in the muck. And you see after that last pot, raise from space for the first time over 5 million. The dark horse, raise from space, has come from 4 big blinds. If you remember earlier, he does make the call, and the flop comes 7-6-4. This flop smashing the big blind's range. A check back from Wazzle. Turns enough flush draw. There will be some money going in the pot now, I would assume. And a small bet from Space. 425,000. Quite a nice sizing. Designed to get a call from a hand like what Wazzle has, and the King of Spades on the river. We surely don't put our opponent on too much King X. If our 7 was good on the turn, it's probably good now. Do we just want to try get the showdown? And we do check. Wazzle ain't biting. 2 hands back to back for Space. We've got a real dogfight on our hands now, ladies and gentlemen, because Race from Space is now up to almost 7 million. Quite the turn of events from 400,000 chips. Gal with 8.7 million. Gonna raise his King 10 offsuit from the button. Wazzle with ace jack offsuit from the big blind, paying 10 million. You see our stacks have really evened out. 10 million for Wazzle, 8 million for Gal, and nearly 7 million for Space. And a 3 bet to 1.3 million from the big blind from Wazzle. And raising his eyes to heaven there would indicate that he's probably going to fold. You cannot sell the seat or swap it for cash. You have to play the event. That event is the World Series of Poker Europe main event in October. October the 12th through to Thursday, November the 3rd. Raise from space with Queen Jack off on the button. He will raise the 350,000. And a call from the 7-5 of diamonds from Wazzle in the small blind. And a call from Gal in the big blind. And a family pot here is the three of our last contenders. See a flop of ace, 10, 3, 2 hearts. A check from Gal and a check from Wazzle. Raise from space with the option. You can see him breathing heavy. That's right, I won't be saying another mass today. There'll be plenty of time for another mass next Sunday. And I do say a lovely long mass. That's right. It's Wazzle on the button here with Jack 8 of clubs. We're 6 hours into today's mass already. There's still a lot of play left to go before today's mass is concluded. However, I've never come across a mass where you can win €83,000 and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And of course that title, becoming the champion, the German Poker Championship main event. Wazzle bets 325,000 with his middle pair. Gal comes along with King 10 off suit. The turn is the ace of clubs. He has checked it over to Wazzle on the turn, who immediately checks back. The river is a king. King on the river from King's Resort. And Wazzle will most likely check behind unless he thinks he can get value from a weaker hand. And he is going to go for a small bet. Probably didn't think that Gal could have much King X. there for a small bet. Get called by a 7 or maybe something worse. And look at them. 59 big blinds, 59 big blinds, and 45 big blinds were raised from space, who had absolute fumes earlier. They're very closely matched now as we play down to a winner. And an open here from Gal with the King-6 offsuit, and a call in the big blind with 10-6 offsuit from Wazzle. Both playing almost identical stacks. Wazzle dazzle now with 2 ways of making a straight, 1 way of making a flush. Over to Gal with the option whether to bet or check. Bets 400. And he's going to fire those chips in quite aggressively. And the river pairs the board with a 7. Gal having Wazzle's number again, this time with King High. These guys just swapping 2 million pots around. As you would expect, 3-handed.
The invitation to Israel, still, although you sing my cards, you don't tell me.
That's good to know, man. That's good to know.
Queen 5 of diamonds from space on the button. I'm going to open it up to 350,000.
Get the face of this game.
Gal has him outkicked and dominated with the Queen 8 offsuit. With the power of position in the suited hand for space. Let's see the flop. This king, 9-9, 2 diamonds. Not much there for Gal. Now the space wants to check or bet. Both options are fine. I might be more inclined to bet than check. Just to deny our opponent equity. The 6-5 offsuit gets out of the way on the button, and Gal in the small blind with king 10. And space with king 8 of diamonds. Most likely going to complete here. Maybe he's considering a 3-bet. As long as he's not folding. Ten in the window. 10-3 deuce. Rainbow. Gal with the toppest of pairs. The great kicker.
Bet 525. 525.
Space gets out the way. Yes, space had just about 3 big blinds and took down the blinds once or twice, 1-2 all-ins, and was hovering around the 2 million mark. And he has grinded it out, got all the pay jumps, been very methodical with his and calculated with his decision making. But yes, he has been lucky with his timing, but he's also played really well. And good intuition. And patience is a virtue that's very underrated in this game. And he's actually quite impressed me over the last hour or two, because we didn't get to see much of his poker playing ability as he was so short stacked. And everyone was trying to get that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. He's really stood out to me in the last hour or two, watching him play short-handed and watching him maneuver around Gal and Wazzle, the Wazzle Dazzler.
1.2 million. 6 pass.
And we see him with ace king of clubs here, Free betting to 1.2 million. Looks like Gal is considering a move here with his A7 offsuit. Perhaps a 4-bet. I don't think he will call. I think it's a fold or a 4-bet. And he does fold and get out of the way. It would have been poor timing to click it back at his opponent. He got smacked in the face by the ace-king of clubs. And it looks like as we head to a break, the three stacks are going to be relatively even. A raise from the two black 4s on the button. You see there it's 8 million, 8 million. And Gal out in front with 10 million. There's going to be less than 10 big blinds in the difference between these three stacks, and unless his hands gets totally out of control. But let's see how it unfolds. It is Queen 6 5. Rainbow flop. The 8-7 of diamonds. Flopping very well here with an open ender. Fours perhaps wants to take one small stab at it on the flop. You can of course just check our option, but not many good cards left for us in the deck. We want to deny our opponent equity at all costs. Now with so much equity, does Gal want to just call? Or is he going to check raise? I think calling is probably better, especially with the backdoor diamonds. Vote is fine. It's totally fine to just take the pot down here and now. That raise to 1.4 million will get the job done. We are away for a break. Stay tuned till we conclude and find out who our winner is going to be. The German Championship of Poker main event final table. Live from the King's Resort. We will be back in about 15 minutes. Stay tuned, guys, for more action.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the German Championship of Poker main event final table. You see the chip counts in front of you there. Gal playing 11 million, Wazzle 40 big blinds with 8 million, and Race from Space 6.7 million for 33 big blinds. The big blind is now 200,000, small blind 100,000 with a 200k ante. We are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your host, Dan Rankin, and the winner this evening will be taking home €83,000, and all players remaining will receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I hope you've been enjoying the action all day, and if you're only tuning in, you've missed some amazing hands and some great action, but it's not over yet as we crown a winner in this German championship. We'll play down to a winner this evening. Just waiting for them to get going with the action. Race from space really making a miraculous return. He had only had about 3 big blinds earlier on when there was about 7 players left. Mazel commanding chip lead for most of the day, but then Gal just kept winning pot after pot. Then they were neck and neck for a while. And let me know in the Twitch channel, the Twitch chat, who you got, who you think's going to take this one down and become the champion from the King's Resort Live. This is the German Championship of Poker main event final table. I see people out talking about the last hand, about whether to bet or check with the pocket fours. Yes, I see what you are saying. Control the pot with a delayed c-bet. However, there are a lot of bad turn and river cards where we have no equity and our opponent is going to bet us off our hand. So sometimes we can check, but more times than not, we want to bet with our pocket fours for protection and to deny equity. All players left are guaranteed at least €38,000. We are just waiting for them to get underway here. They were eager for a break before, wanting to go to the bathroom and go for a smoke. So I'm just waiting for play to resume. Hope you've been enjoying all the coverage. I've been with you from Sunday, yesterday and today. And going forward, you will hear a lot more of me if that is what you are into. Next weekend, we have the France Poker Festival, and I will be giving you more coverage from that. That main event will feature a €300 buy-in with $500,000 guaranteed. And the top 6 finishers of that France Poker Festival main event will also receive a €10,000 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. But that's all taking place next weekend. At the moment, we're concentrated on the conclusion of this event, our German Championship of Poker final table. And I am excited to see who we are going to crown as a winner. I had taught Wazzle all day, the Wazzle Dazzle. Gal has been playing some really strong stuff, and a lot of hands went his way. But I am starting to think the Race from Space has a real chance here with all the momentum with him over the last 2 hours and crawling back from 3 big blinds and navigating his way through. It's been great to watch and see. So I'm excited to see what he can do from here. Not too far behind his competitors with 33 big blinds and our chip lead only having 55. So this is all to play for. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Also, if you guys are into buying merchandise from the King's store, you can get a 5% discount for all our streamers in the Twitch channel. Just use the promo code STREAM5. And you can find all the additional information regarding the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. We are just waiting for the action to get restarted. I am your host, Dan Rankin. I'm sure we are going to have action back with you very shortly, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. And here we go, guys. We are underway. Small blind 100,000, big blind 200,000 with a 200,000 ante. Well, no player how much over 50 big blinds now. We're going to see some big juicy pots develop as we get down to the conclusion of this final table and crown a winner. A champion shall be born. We have a raise to 425,000 from Gal from the small blind. I would like to see a bigger sizing here from Gal, giving our opponent space. Great odds to just call for almost a min raise in the big blind and have position on him throughout the hand. That's a 3-bet to 1.1 million, and I like this from Space. Using his ace blocker. Maybe, perhaps sensing that small min raise from the small blind as weakness. Good aggressive play here from raise from Space, and that's going to take down the first hand.
That's a very strong hand. Maybe I might. Yeah, strong.
And of course the guys are playing for that title and 83,000 euro. But because there's only 3 players left, they've been playing for many days now. They are going to have a relaxed atmosphere about them. One thing I've said throughout the last few days is how friendly the players seem to be with each other at the table, and a lot of speech going on and tapping one another and jeering and laughing and smiling, and it's great to see. But sometimes it's good to be quite mean at the table also and just be that more aggressive and quiet and in the zone and focused. But there are many ways to skin a cat. and raise to 450,000 from the button, from the King 4 offsuit and Gal in the big blind. We're going to put those chips to work with a 3-bet. And I do believe those new chips in play, those pink chips, are $500,000 each. Those little disco biscuits.
God, would you qualify? I would put all my chips. Would you qualify? Well, I thought.
Answer is yes.
And that 3-bet will get the job done. You're going to stay till the job's done.
Yes.
All 3 players at this point worthy of becoming a champion, being crowned with that German championship title. You've seen in the corner of your screen there the average stack just over 42 big blinds. Wazzle with a raise from the button to 450,000 with the ace-8 offsuit. As we approach hand 120 of this final table. And it's 10, 8, 6, 2 clubs. Space with top pair, Wazzle with middle pair. Oh, with a piece of this, and I would presume there will be some chips going in the middle here. Wazzle might want to just check this one back on such a tricky board, but however they are 3-handed and your value of your hands goes up considerably. Also a lot of bad turns and rivers if he just elects to just check back here. We always want to be denying our opponent equity. A bet of 375,000 and a call from space. The turn is the 4 of hearts. It's 10, 8, 6, 4. Complete some straights. Some 2 pairs perhaps. Once space checks this turn, Wazzle will probably check behind. Unless he thinks he can get more value from a draw or a 6 or a weaker 8, he might decide to bet twice. And he is going to go for another bet. And if he was going to bet, I would like a sizing like this, like 825k. Under the half pot mark. Anything over 1 million is probably going to drive out some hands that he's trying to get called by. This is excellent sizing by Wazzle. Wazzle dazzle. And space, of course. Going to have the call here with the top pair. This hand is most likely just going to go check, check on the river. And it does. That's a chunky enough pot for space. We'll put him up over 8 million. Two black jacks for space in the small blind now. Deciding whether he wants to play this as a trap and maybe just call, or is he going to go and raise? Raise to 650,000. Basil's not going to go anywhere with his King 10 offsuit. No real reason to do anything other than call here for Wazzle. That could spell disaster for Wazzle. Top pair on this flop with a very, very good kicker. I would like to see a bet of a minimum of about 600,000 here from space. Start to build a pot. And it is okay that they are going to take more time with their decisions, considering they are so close to becoming the champion. And I like this even more than 600k. Build the pot now, 850,000. This is an optimal sizing to try build a pot and get it all in with the jacks by the river. Wazzle is raised 2.3 million and space has immediately gone all in. What a turning point here for both players. Going all in immediately seems ridiculously strong to me. Maybe he's doing that to look weaker, like he has some form of a combo draw, or a weaker 10, or a flush draw. Going all in that quick once our opponent is raised, without even considering our options, surely is going to look ridiculously strong. Wazzle. What a world of hurt and pain here for Wazzle, making it over 2 million, instantly getting shoved on and only being left with 3.2 million. If he's wrong, he's out. Space is loving life here, but has he just given away the strength of his hand? Oh, Wazzle does indeed make the call, decides he has too much money in the middle. He's going to need some serious help, or he's going to be our third place finisher. So it's the two blackjacks against King 10 off suit for Wazzle on 10, 5, 3, 2 spades. 13 million pot. Turn is a 6, no help to Wazzle. Wazzle is going to need a king or a 10, or he's going to be Wazzle dazzled out of here. And it is not, it's the 3 of spades. Damn. Wazzle has just been eliminated in third place. We'll take home €38,050 prize, and of course the 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Wow, that all happened so fast. Here we have our players heads up,
May I tell you something? I already saw this.
rubbing their hands.
We have the perfect position already.
And just look at that stack from Race from Space. 73 big blinds now. And remember when he had 3 big blinds or less. I think it was in or around 3 big blinds. No more than 4, that's for sure. And Gal playing 55 big blinds. So 15 million playing 11 million. You see how deep our opponents are here. Over 50 big blinds each. So hard for Wazzle to get away from his top pair there after committing 2.3 million, but if there was ever a time to do it, the opponent just looks so strong. And one would have to think if he had a Jack 10 or a Queen 10, a 9-10, he would surely consider going all in without doing it inside of about 5 seconds.
14. We got like 14.5, 14.6, something like this.
14.6.
Huh?
I have 9, 9.5.
You have 3 big blinds with 5 left.
10. 10 point.
Wow, he did. Yeah, I thought it was 7 players.
And the big one.
Thank you, Apocalypse, for verifying that. An incredible comeback from Space. And one would have to think with that much momentum shifting in his favour, that he would have to be the favourite now to become this German champion, being from Germany as well to boot. Gal is no slouch and has been playing very well all day. His intuition has been on key, on point. That is a nice trophy that either player would love to add to their cabinet. And it looks like you might be able to use the top of the trophy as a bottle opener, which might come in handy when celebrating.
I saw some dark color, but nothing else.
Yeah, I don't like my blue.
And remember folks, we are playing heads up here, which indicates much bigger swings than say 9-handed or even 7-handed poker. So much harder to make a hand heads up. Having a strong hand really becomes all that more powerful. We'll raise from the 10-7 offsuit from the button from Gal. And a call by the pocket trees. And lo and behold, it's a set in the window for space. Not much of it there for Gal. Now from Gal, do I want to c-bet here? I deny my opponent equity. And he does bet 550k. Just a call from space. Try get his opponent to continue. Doesn't want to scare him away with a check raise. However, I feel a check raise also would have been fine. Heads up, we really want to give our opponent more rope as it's harder to make a hand. Now if you're spaced, you want to try get some value by a weak hand. Or maybe try get our opponent to bluff. I think both options are fine, but maybe on this river that completes straights and two pair combinations, the bet might be good. It depends if we think our opponent is going to check back a weakish hand,
1,125,000.
a weakish one pair hand. Now guys, Gal has blockers to the straight and flush, but he quickly gets out the way.
To raise 450.
And the raise to 450,000 from space with the ace jack of spades. And all our
7 call.
hands go up when we're playing heads up. Even a queen tree, we need to be defending. Our hands just go up in value. It's so much harder to make a hand.
Check.
You were looking for payouts in the chat. There they are. Our winner will get 83,000 and second place will get 52,600 with a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot.
2-bet 400.
Already a fantastic payday for both of our players. However, they want to become champion and get crowned. We'll bet 400k here from space. That is just going to take it down.
That's the list of us. Seven raise 450,000.
And a raise with such a pretty hand on the button here. Queen Jack of clubs for Gal. A nice hand heads up as well for space with Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. And he is minimum going to call an additional 250k to see a flop. The flop is ace, king, 4.
Two check.
A massive advantage here for Gal. so hard to get dealt an ace or a king. Heads up.
7 bet 550, 2 bucks.
He is going to quickly take down that small pot. But they're not small pots at this stage. Every pot counts. It'll be a hell of a fight for the last piece of pudding until we have crowned a champion. Yes, Gal is actually Antonia Sfandiari's estranged son. You have actually confirmed that, Gambini. Congratulations. The King 4 against the 8 deuce. I presume the 8 deuce is just going to go in the muck. Or maybe he wants to do something spicy here. And he does just call.
Check. Two bet 525.
And a bet of 525,000 from this King 4. Gal looks to be a non-believer here. That's solid stuff from Gal. Really reading his opponent and not believing him. Seemed like he was a non-believer from the get-go. And he has put in a raise to 1.3 million. What does Space think of this? Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Wow.
2.7 million.
And a raise to 2.7 million. And look at this super stuff from Raise from Space, just sniffing it out on the ace 6 5 2 hearts that didn't believe his opponent had an ace. Gets the job done there with King 4 offsuit.
200.
Great play. Gal down to 7 million now. And raised from space all the way up to 18 million. Really pulling away after that last hand. Every hand just so critical. Heads up play. Those blinds and antes will just destroy you. We'll call from Gal and a check behind with 8-7 of clubs from space. 9, 10, Queen, Rainbow.
Two bet 350.
I'm going to lead out from space, betting 350,000. Space with his open ender, but Gal having some of Space's outs. Turn is a 10.
Two check. Seven check.
The turn goes check, check. River comes an ace. Space has to know that 8 high is not going to win a showdown here. But in a limp pot, neither player likely to have an ace, and probably best that Space gives up on this one. He concedes that small pot over to Gal, and Gal is back to 8.2 million. Jack 9 off suit on the button for Space. We are looking at a €30,000 heads up match here, and the title, of course.
Seven call. Seven check.
And a check from Gal. Raise from Space. Probably going to bet this.
Two bet 450.
Officially, there are no deals allowed on the TV table in Kings.
Seven call.
We cannot comment on behind the scenes. A bet from space. And a call from Gal. Now Gal has checked it over to his opponent.
2 check.
Checks behind. Now both players with basically nothing. 9 high for Gal, Jack high for space. Who wants it more?
7 bet 1,252 plus.
It's a good bet by Gal. 1.4 million. And Mandrulia from the Twitch chat. Yes, you missed a fire starter and a clinic. Space has crawled it back from 3 big blinds, winning hand after hand after hand. Also playing very crafty and navigating around his stack size. Both players have played great at this final table.
7 call. 200.
Been a real treat to watch, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. And I appreciate the support. Some of you have been here since Sunday and yesterday. And tuned in today for the 3rd day as we crown a champion live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Check from space with his middle pair. Terrible kicker.
7 bet 350,000. 350.
Gal bets 350,000.
Check.
I'm going to check again from space. Gal probably going to check his option back. The river is a tree.
Check. 7 check.
These two players are just going to chop this one up.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
1 second.
$82 big blinds for space, plays 45 big blinds of Gal. as he picks up a strong, very strong hand, heads up, pocket nines. Not a good flop for the pocket nines. Space will check back. He might think he needs to bet to win this hand now. He does reach for chips. Bet 450,000 and the nines go straight into the muck.
Said you play on GG, right?
Both players chatting away. Oh, what sites they play online. Gal raising to 450k with 10-5 of spades. Such a lovely hand here. Heads up. The king jack of clubs for space. If I'm space, I'm probably going to want to bump this up. Heads up. Such a strong hand. That's going to get the job done. And that's kind of a strong hand. Heads up. The Space Cowboys once again for space. They've been very good to him all day, if I recall correctly. And I think I do. And oh my God, look at this. This is a crazy cooler, guys. But he just decides to call. Wow. This is incredible. The tens are going to lose about a big blind, I would assume. Gal may have just saved his tournament by just deciding to flat a hand as strong as tens. And that just confirms it. Gal's intuition has been really, really in tune today. Seems like he's a very good reader of the game and maybe picking up on some live tells where other players weren't. When I seen these two holdings, I immediately thought, GG, game over. Gal will be over the moon if he gets to see Space's holding, but he probably won't. Space never shows his cards, as he cleared earlier. And I don't see Gal paying off a bet. Perhaps to a small sizing. He will. And he has come to sizing of... Oh, and he does call 1.2 million. I think my analysis of this hand is a little bit off, as I was so shocked to see all the money not go in the middle. It's very hard for our opponent to have an ace or a king heads up, as I have declared earlier. However, they are good bluffing cards to have if they're on the board. Maybe the 10's just saying, I need to call here. Nonetheless, I am shocked to see all the money not go in the middle. I would love to get Gal's thought process and why he decided to just call with those 10's. It really feels like he picked up on something, as Gal is certainly not a nit and not afraid to put chips in the middle. The shy baby don't get any sweets. And a bet of 400,000 from Space. The 10-7 deuce with his queen 9 off. Gal put in the chips with his pair of sevens. Now if you're spaced, you want to bet again with your draws. You take off a free one and try hit your straight. Both options are okay in my book. Maybe heads up, we want to take the more aggressive route. Nice choice of sizing from space. A call from Gal with his pair and his open ender. Now if you're space, you know that your queen high cannot win. When your opponent has called you on the flop and the turn, what are you hoping to try get him to fold? But if you're space, you've bet the flop and the turn. There's 4.1 million in the pot. Your opponent only has 4.5 million behind. And he does go all in. This is superb stuff from space. And if you're Gal, you're absolutely hating life here. You have a pair, you block the straights with your 9. Fold or call in the stream chat, guys, on Twitch. What do you think? And he does make the call. And that call is huge. That is a game changer. That is a game changer. That is going to even things out. Both players played that hand extremely well.
Sets to amateurs, huh? You hear?
Pardon?
You hear?
What? What do you mean?
2 sets to amateurs.
Gotta have big balls to make a call like that, and he found them.
Even yet. Jetzt even.
It puts them almost dead even, I believe. Playing over 60 big blinds each. He's king 10 of diamonds on the button. On a raise to 450,000. This is a great flop for Gal. This opponent doesn't have much, only the Queen of Diamonds. And a bet of 450,000. Might get called here by the Queen of Diamonds. Not if he could see just how bad a shape he's in. He does indeed call. Turn is an ace. A check from space. A good solid check back by Gal. Trying to disguise the strength of his hand. Also let his opponent catch up. Now if you're space, having missed your flush, you're going to try rep that 6 for a straight. And if you do want to go ahead and rep that 6, you're going to have to bet pretty big. You don't have to bet very big, but I think if you were going to rep it, a big sizing would be better than a small one. Does decide that there's too many hands out there that can beat him, and I'll wave the white flag on this hand.
Two blinds, 125 and 250.
What's your name? Stefan.
The blinds are up. Gal playing 57 big blinds now. Race from space with 45. The small blind is 125,000. The big blind is 250k, but the 250k big blind ante. One of these will be our champion. Our champion for the German Championship of Poker main event. Don't go anywhere as we conclude today's action. It's been a fantastic heads-up battle so far. Stay tuned for more. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Live from the King's Resort.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back, live from the King's Resort, as we play down to crown a champion of the German Championship of Poker. This is the main event, final day. We're down to heads up. You see them playing for that trophy. €83,000 for the winner, and they both will receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker main event Europe ticket. If you're just joining in, I am your host. My name is Dan Rankin. You've been missing all the coverage the last couple of days. I've been on board and joined you and enjoyed every minute of it. I hope you have as well. Both of these players are worthy of becoming champion, but there can only be one winner. Before the break, Gal made a brilliant call for his tournament life after somehow just flatting pocket tens a hand or two before that, where it would have been all over. Now, ace 4 of clubs on the button for space, playing 11 million. Gal with jack line of clubs in the big blind, playing 13. And a bet of 650,000 and a call from Gal with his middle pair and some backdoors. The turn is the Queen of Diamonds.
7 check.
See what Space wants to do here on this turn. Perhaps he's going to try to get his opponent to fold a jack or an 8, or get him to fold some hearts now and deny him equity. The scarf has gone and it is business time for Space.
1.4.
But it did seem like Gal had a really good read on Space in 1 or 2 hands where he might have picked up on a live tell or something to that effect. So in that respect, it is quite strange to see him get rid of the scarf at this late stage, having been wearing the scarf all day. Not a great spot here for Gal. King beats him, Queen beats him. How often are you going to make a hand heads up? Not that often at all, as I have already declared and told you before the break. That is why I was so shocked to see just a call with those pocket tens when his opponent has pocket kings. I would expect Gal to probably call this 1.4 million bet, but he does the complete opposite and gets out of the way. It's just a really tough spot to call on the turn, knowing that your opponent is aggressive and that you might face a larger, bigger bet on the river with a variety of hands from our opponent that now beats us and just decides to play it cautiously and get away from it on the turn. And if you're enjoying all this action, there will be more. It never stops at King's Casino. The France Poker Festival is starting this Sunday. And I will be back to do more coverage on the France Poker Festival next Sunday and next Monday for the main event, which is a €300 buy-in, which will have a $500,000 guarantee. An incredible value has been added. The top 6 finishers in that will receive a World Series of Poker Europe €10,000 ticket to the main event.
My back is starting to hurt because it's always.
Tell me about it.
So serious. Serious game.
And Space is saying that his back is starting to hurt him. And thank you, Cava Style, all the way from America. I'm glad that you are enjoying the commentary. I've seen you there the last couple of days also. And anyone in the Twitch channel, in the stream, your support does not go unnoticed, so thank you very much. And a bet here of 700,000 from the A7. Raise from Space is in trouble here because he also has top pair, and it's so hard to make a pair heads up that I keep saying, but even harder is to be out kicked by our opponent when we both have a pair. And now the club draw also for Space. Still a really nice hand for Gal. His top pair, top kicker. He won't be fazed much by that deuce of clubs. And it does improve his opponent. It is a tough situation here. If I'm Gal, I'm betting big. Somewhere in the region of 1.4 million, 1.6 maybe. And it is 1.6 million. This is becoming a big pot. With 4.4 million in the middle already. And he does just call, and I think he should just call. 6 million in his pot as we head to the river. And it is a deuce. An absolute brick. In terms of a lot of hands that could complete on this river. That does not do much. One would think no one really has a deuce in their hand. Gal looking a bit uneasy here. I would not be expecting him to check back here with top pair, top kicker. And if I was betting, I would be betting at least 40% pot. I think somewhere in the region of 3.6, 3.8 million. 3.3 million. And he calls. And that is a huge pot. Gone the other way. This is a big momentum shift here in this heads up match. Our biggest pot of the heads up match so far, I do believe. Maybe I am wrong on that one, but it's a 13 million pot gone to Gal. Look, race from space down to 25 big blinds, and Gal now up over 75 big blinds with 19 million. 76, so he has 3-1 advantage here. You cannot blame space for calling there on that river. I had been thinking for a moment that they decided to also play for Space's scarf, but he seems to have found it and put it back on, so maybe it is not part of the deal. Just the trophy they're playing for. And all that money, Space will keep his scarf, but Al can surely buy a beautiful scarf with all that money he has. And he's hoping it'll be €83,000 he'll be taking home, as well as that ticket.
5 million, right?
And the championship title.
6.5. 6 point something.
Two race, 550.
He can go to the fancy dress shop and get all the hats and scarves he wants. We will see a flop, and it's raised from space with 3 deuce of diamonds against Gal in the big blind with 5-3 of clubs.
7 check.
It's a check from Gal. The scarf is available at ollieshamian.com. Use the promo code
2 bet,
German
550.
I was unlucky enough to be deep in a tournament with Ollie Shamian before, and I was wearing my shades. He leaned over the table and asked me where I was from, so I took off the shades and told him I'm Dan Rankin and I'm from Ireland. I wasn't going to be intimidated or fazed by the man. I was in the Spielbank in Berlin, in a World Poker Tour. 3.5K main event. He went on to win that event for just over €250,000. Gal is raised to 1.3 million. And I don't believe Race from Space will be able to continue with 3 high. Albeit he does have some backdoors, but they're not going to cut the mustard here.
Two pass.
It just seems like all the momentum is with Gal now. But let's not forget how much of a battler this space guy from Germany is. Defying all odds time and time again from 3 big blinds all the way to heads up. Playing for this huge title.
My bad. But I'm used to it.
Yeah, you have the special problems there.
Yeah, so no one can use it against me when there's still can.
A sexy 10-9 of diamonds on the button for Gal. Playing a stack of 20 million now.
Seven raise, 550.
Raise from Space playing a stack of in or around 20 big blinds.
Two call.
We'll make the call for 300k more. And it's 10, 4, deuce, 2 spades.
Two check.
Just another great flop for Gal. I would be betting small here.
Bet 750. Two pass.
Goes for a little over half pot. I would have went a little bit smaller, but I would have done the same thing. Yes, guys, for all you stream viewers on the Twitch channel, if you are looking to buy any merchandise from the King's store, use the code STREAM5 to get 5% off your order at King's shop. Dress like a king. Not for free, but free shipping to Germany. A min raise from space on the button with ace-6 offsuit. And a call from queen-7 offsuit in the big blind. The flop is 4, deuce, deuce. 2 clubs.
Two bet 400,000. 7 top. Seven check.
The turn is the 7 of clubs. And this could spell disaster for Space, who has picked up enough flush draw. Perhaps he will just check his option, but he might go for the aggressive route and bet again here with over 2.2 million in the pot already. If he wants to bet again, he's going to. I would consider betting relatively small to set up an all-in on the river, but instead he goes for the conservative route and checking behind, which is also totally fine. River comes to 10 of hearts. Now from Gal, do I want to try extract value or extract a bluff from our opponent? And because his 7 is fairly well disguised, I think a check here is better. Oh, but it's just gone check, check immediately. Yes, great check. Did not get his opponent to bite.
Raise 550,000.
And a raise to 550,000 by Gal. 7-6 of diamonds for Space in the big blind. Playing about 12.5, 13 big blinds. I think he's just going to call here. He does just call, and we're going to see a flop. It's 10, 6, deuce. Middle pair for Space. Not much going on for the Jack 4 offsuit. A check from Space. And a big-ish sizing here from Gal. Just over half pot at 750,000. Surely just going to be a check jam from Space with his middle pair. can't imagine a world or a scenario where Space doesn't just go for this here. Something is deterring him from not shoving already. All these hands are huge moments for both of these players. Gal looking slightly impatient, wanting to get this heads-up battle over with. Or at the very least this hand.
Two races.
Gal cannot call with another 2.1 million. Hand 142 of our final table. Ace Queen off suit with 20 big blinds for Space.
Two race, 550. Seven go.
And a call from the King 6 off suit.
Seven check.
It's 8-6-4. Two hearts. Space containing the Ace of Hearts with his Queen kicker.
Two check.
They both check the flop at the turn as an ace.
Seven bet, 750.
A bet of 750k from Gal. Going to take control of this pot. Finding out where he's at with his pair of sixes.
Two go.
He calls. We're going to see a river here. There's a jack. And what does Gal want to do? He's going to bet again. He bets 1.5 million and gets called. Huge moment for space. He really needs them chips. That's going to push him back to about 8 million playing. Gal's 18 million, but significant swing. The 6 million puck on his way. Well, you see now, 70 big blinds with 18 million playing 31 big blinds of 8 million. Just a double up for space and he would be chip leader. It's all to play for here at the King's Resort as we play down to a winner, the German Championship of Poker main event.
7.5. 7.6.
Now Gal opening to 550,000 from the button. King 3 of clubs in the big blind. The flop of 5, 4, 4. Neither player connecting with the board. A bet of 650,000 from the Jack 8 of clubs. And a call from the King 3 of clubs. We're going to see a turn with nearly 2.7 million in the pot. Both players now turning a flush draw. I would expect Gal to check his option here, but maybe he wants to bet again. Now he quickly checks his option. The river is a 3, giving race from space the best hand. An interesting check back there on the river with Jack high from Gal. That 3 completing lots of one pair of hands and straight draws and the likes on the river. Seeing some of your comments in the chat there asking about that hand with Ace Queen against the King 6. I think he was trying to just take control of the hand and maybe get called by something worse. I don't believe he was turning his 6 into a bluff, but maybe I am wrong on that. Raise from space opens with the ace jack offsuit to 550,000, and Gal will call with 9-8 offsuit in the big blind. There's a flop of 7-3 deuce. The turn is the 9 of diamonds, giving Gal a pair and space a flush draw with his jack of diamonds, with his ace high to boot. I would think this is too good of a hand for space to just fold to one small bet of 775k. The river is a 10. Gal bets 1.3 million. And a quick fall from space. Gal is raised with Jack 7 offsuit to 550,000. Braves from space with Jack 6 offsuit in the big blind with 300k more to call. See a flop. Still hovering in or around that 30 big blind mark. Hello, who are you, donkey? I'm good, thanks. We're bringing you coverage now for a little over 8 hours of this final table. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov as we play down to crown a champion. $442 of you tuning in. I hope you're enjoying all the content. And a nice re-raise there. Take down the pot by space.
And depends what you have.
What was your
Oh, who are you, donkey? Have you been sent to keep an eye on me? Is that what I'm being told? As I try to do Finton and the viewers proud. Bringing you all the coverage to the best of my ability. As we have a raise from space to 550,000. I'm glad to see someone is enjoying their holidays. Well deserved, I would imagine. Yes, the Twitch chat stream has been very supportive all day and I appreciate it. Getting behind me and hanging in there and enjoying the content. That's all you can ask for. Gal is checking his 8-high flush over to his opponent, who does have a straight. Oh no, sorry, does not have a straight. Has a bluffing candidate here, I believe, with just a pair of fives on a horrible board for a pair of fives, and yeah, I think he's got a reach here. Oh, and a bet of 1.5 million and a very quick call by Gal. That's a 6 million chip pot gone the other way. After gaining some traction and momentum moments ago, it's gone the other way. Gal wins a nice pot there. Extends his chip lead. He's now at 20 million. Yes, with 5 players left, that is correct. Raise from space had 3 big blinds. We had some crazy play with 7 players left, where 6 players were guaranteed a €10,000 main event ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe. Gal with ace king offsuit here on the button raises to 550,000. And who are you, donkey? Who are you, donkey? Would we know you from anywhere? Nice score there for yourself, sir, whoever you are. Maybe you wish to remain anonymous. A bet of 750k coming from Gal. A fold from space. No, I am not familiar with you. That's okay. I'll let you know when I'm going to Kings next, and maybe we can say hello. Say hello to my little friend. And it's great that we've been keeping the viewers between 400 and 500 people all day. It's a great testament to your support. Now raised from space with the ace deuce off suit with playing 4.7 million, just a little under 20 big blinds. A check from Gal, checking his second pair over to his opponent. I can't tell you what country I'm from, but it's definitely not England. I'll let you have one more guess. We like to fight, drink and ride horses. And on this turn, Gal has checked over to his opponent again. I can pronounce the name raised from space correctly, only it has me slipping up my words all day. I believe that this player has done that on purpose. So if I say there's a raise from, I keep calling them space, but then it makes me slur the rest of the words. So, but Apocalypse, you are 100% correct. I have struggled to name almost every player all day, but I've tried to call the action and not care about the pronunciation of the names. Get to the nitty gritty important stuff.
3.5.
7-6 of diamonds for Gal as he extends his chip lead well over 20 million, just 21 million now. I know the movie Fern Gully. Fern Gully from Belfast. I've a bone to pick with you, Mr. Shelby. We have a flop of ace, 4, deuce, 2 hearts. It's Gal that's going to take the betting lead with 7-6 of diamonds. Yes, that is correct. There was a poll, and then we ended up just calling him Matty. So I don't know if we arrived on Matty. I arrived on calling him Matty. And forever shall be his name, Matty. Hey, Matty, throw us in a few of them free rolls. You have to have the crack. If you can't have the crack, you shouldn't be commentating. But it does tend to get fairly serious right around the time of the river. And it's a limp with 9 deuce offsuit from space. I do know Fintan Hand, I do know Conor O'Driscoll, and I'm very fond of Sven Call's stream, so I do support the Irish guys and I love what they do here on Twitch. I had been considering starting a Twitch channel myself, but I am enjoying commentating for the moment. And I hope you are enjoying the content and commentating yourselves. Of course, I know the legend Darragh O'Carney. He's a wizard, Harry. Well, your wish is going to be my command, Unity, because I am going to buy a mic and I will have my new microphone for this Sunday and Monday for the France Poker Festival. And that main event will be broadcast by myself, Dan Rankin, and the main event will have a guaranteed prize pool of $500,000 with a €300 buy-in. So it's going to be huge. Now, back to the action. You're distracting me, guys. Only joking. It's that time of the night to be distracted, but we are trying to crown a champion here. Raised from space with a stack of 2.4 million. Gal with 22 million. And he's going to bet with his 3 deuce offsuit here. And I would imagine this should get a jam from space. He really needs to get a hand going, and this is the right candidate for him to move all in. And the quickest defaults from Gal, and we move on to the next hand. I would say a lot of the Irish contingent are over in Vegas at the moment. And if they are not over already, they will be for the main event that is coming up in a week or two. Okay, so 4.3 million stack for space. So he's playing about 17 big blinds. We have a call from the Jack 4 offsuit and a check with the King Deuce offsuit. We will see a flop of Queen, Queen 5, 2 red ladies and a 5 of clubs. A bet of 250,000 with the Jack 4 offsuit and a call for one big blind by the King Deuce off. The Ace of Diamonds peels off. Very hard for either of our opponents to have an ace here in a limp pot. And Who Are You Donkey? Yes, they are very interesting books. I have read the satellite one and I could do a reading it again. The ICM book as well. And I have yet to read his book on the PKOs, progressive knockouts. They're not a format I am particularly interested or fond of in the poker world. Although I do love a good bounty and knocking someone out. I'm a fighting man. Fight. And Space wins that small pot. And we now have a break. And we will come back. I believe the blinds will have gone up to 150k, 300k.
5 million.
5 million.
I will be sure to mention you the next time I'm talking to Fintan. Who Are You Donkey? Stay tuned and don't go anywhere, guys, as we come back in 12 minutes for the conclusion of the German Championship of Poker main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the conclusion of our final table of the German Championship of Online Poker, live poker from the King's Resort. And our winner will take home the title, €83,000, and the 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I am your host and will be concluding this evening's play. My name is Dan Rankin. I'm delighted to be joined here at the crown a champion. It's Gal with a significant chip lead over Race from Space. Gal here, King of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds on the button.
7 raise 750.
I'm going to raise it up to 750. The blinds have gone up 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 ante. You're looking for a good poker movie, I'd recommend Rounders. I'm sure you've never heard of it. Raise from Space with only about 15 big blinds with A7 of Diamonds here. I'm sure he'd love to bring that title home as the German champion. But he has got his work cut out for him against a 20 million stack. Playing a stack of 4.5 million. And what does Gal want to do with his Queen 10 offsuit? This is probably good enough to rejam, but plays so nicely. I think you just want to see a flop here. You're looking for another movie. Molly's Game is also very good and more up to date and more current than the likes of Arounders. It is Queen 4-4 2 hearts. The winner takes it all. Win it all. I've actually don't know if I've heard of that one. A bet of 500,000 and a quick flick by Gal with his top pair.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back!
7 check.
Surprise, surprise, the king is back. And the king is back. The King of Hearts peeling off on the turn. And I guess Race from Space just wants to check now, or do we try to rep a hand as strong with it as a king in our hand? He does check back, and it's a good check back, I think. And this, I was just going check. If Gal went for a bet there, I think Space might have had to call him off with a pair of sevens with an ace kicker. But instead, Gal just takes in that pot, and Race from Space is going to be very close to just 10 big blinds. Going to have less than 10 big blinds, with the big blind just about to hit him. Gal raising to 750k with the 5-3 of hearts. And I would imagine that Space is just going to jam this one, and he will be saying goodbye to those 750k chips. He's going to be seeing a Shovinsky here from Race from Space. And shock horror, he moves all in. And I would imagine Gal is not going to call this one with just 5 high, albeit it is suited.
3.1. Exactly.
3.1.
Just 2.4 million for Gal to call, but not the greatest of prices. And he will let it go. Race from Space will extend his chip stack to 4.2 million. He's going to be on the button now with a little less than 15 big blinds. And yes, that might seem like it was Hollywood, but the rejam was only for about 10 big blinds. And if he had one or two big blinds left, he might have been just about priced in, even though he only had 5 high. His hand was suited, and oftentimes he's going to have 2 live cards, even if they are very low.
Two call, 300.
We see a limp from space with his version of 5-3 suited. This time it's in spades. I check back 8-6 offsuit for Gal. That's 5, 6, 7.
7-500.
Rainbow.
Two pass.
And a quick fold from space with his pair of 5s and just a 3 kicker. Al with 8-7 offsuit.
7 raise, 650.
Raising 650,000. And raised from space with King Deuce of Hearts. Is he looking to complete? Or does he want to rejam? He does elect to call. We have Donkey back in the house. Hello, Donkey.
Two check. Seven bet. 850.
This could be the last hand. But it is tricky with just a bottom pair. At some point you're going to have to take a stand.
Two pass.
But he decides to let this one go. Perhaps a bit too big of a bet by Gal. A smaller bet might have got a call or induced his opponent to shove. But with a bet of 850,000, almost committing himself to call 2 million more if his opponent shoves on him.
Two call, 300.
Gal just chilling with his coffee. Shaken, not stirred. Or stirred, not shaken. I think he will check his option with 8-4 offsuit.
7 check.
The war of attrition is on here. You grind down. Raise from space with his last 10 big blinds.
7-2.
I'd say he will save the shaking for his whiskey on ice afterwards, perhaps. Or whatever his choice of liquor may be. Al folds. Raise from space, takes that small pot. Every single blind and ante so crucial for space right now. I did say they have an awesome bottle opener, whoever becomes the champion, looking at the jagged edges on top of that trophy. Gal raising with his aces. And he's going to get a call from the 10-9 offsuit. And it's 8, 8, 3. Nothing for space. A good check back by Gal. Not much point in betting on that flop. His opponent is not going to have much 3x in his hand, and he has an 8, he'll find out later in the hand. But 2 check backs by Gal. I like this. Problem is, base doesn't have anything. Knows better than to bluff in this spot. Gal looking for something of a crying call from his opponent. Now you see the stacks. 77 big blinds for Gal, just 8 big blinds for space. He's going to limp with 9-5 offsuit. Gal most likely going to check his option with 9-8 off, or just go for it. Just folds. And a raise of 650,000 from Gal with 8-4 offsuit. Raise from space with H3 offsuit is just going to have to give away. What's going on here? Sorry, just been a complete and a check. The graphics were failing me for a moment there. And guys, this just could be it. You simply cannot fold a middle pair here with 5 big blinds. The Gal has just been running riot at nearly every hand. But they are just going to chop it up most of the time. And we're getting a right giggle off Long Time Lurker. That's a great name for a poker account. Long Time Lurker. Good name for a band. We've been Long Time Lurkers. Good night. Whoa. Whoa.
No, it was your race. I should have just folded, you know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know that this is what we do.
I'm not so sure about that fold, guys. I know he's going to be out kicked sometimes, but it's just one of those spots. Just close your eyes, put in your chips. If you're beat, you're beat. You're going to chop the pot a considerable amount of the time also. And if there's anyone that can turn his event around, it is ace from space or raise from space.
Tough if you get 0 hands.
Yeah. I had aces few and ago.
Huh?
I had aces few and ago.
Ah, nice.
You evacuated.
Huh?
You ran away.
That's good, obviously. I'm still in. I can still win.
Yeah, of course, Stefan. With you, anything is possible.
You know.
Trust me. I'm not, disrespect you because of your style.
No,
Only.
But he will have to move all in. It's King 4 against King Deuce.
Ella, oi, deuce, give me the deuce.
Most likely going to be a chop here or a double up from space.
Yes!
Oh my god, it's King 7 Deuce. And raise from space is going to need some diamonds or a 4. Or we are going to have our winner.
4-7 diamonds.
No, it's 7.
4-7 diamonds.
No. It's not gonna
Just seems like this mightn't be the end. Oh, and it is the end. Deuce on the turn ends it. Gal is going to be our champion. It's a German Championship of Poker main event. Live from the King's Resort. And our second place finisher is going to be raised from space. Gal must be absolutely delighted and over the moon. Raised from space really can't complain. He played a stormer of an FT and just came from behind time and time again. And thank you guys for being here. I hope you really enjoyed the coverage. I will be back next Sunday and we will do it all again. I will have a new mic by then.
short mistake to second place. Wow.
So guys, now we can solve the money.
great to have been here with you the last couple of days, and Al, such a worthy champion here. He's played great.
Yeah, sure. We will send
You
you
wanna do this first? You wanna do the
Really navigated around that final table very well, and he had a lot of adversity to face in Wazel and Giovanni and one or two others. Thank you very much, Apocalypse, for your help as well. Anytime anyone was asking questions in the chat, you were right there when I needed you. So thank you very much. A great moderator you have been. You have not seen the last of me yet, lads. If you like the coverage you've been receiving, there are plenty more where that came from. We'll be back on Sunday for the France Poker Festival for more coverage. I think there is many events coming from the King's Resort that will be streamed live. For now, I'm going to say good night. I've been Dan Rankin. I'll let you enjoy watching the champion lift the trophy.